Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. Welcome to the Monday, June 22nd meeting of the Westport Select Board. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20F, this meeting is being recorded. Just by the way of welcome comments, I want to remind people that we have some Independence Day activities coming up. On July 2nd, the Recreation Department is having a concert with patriotic music. So check the Recreation Center Facebook page or on the website. And then, of course, on July 4th, we have the parade. So I believe the lineup starts at Hicks Bridge July 4th at 9:15. So we hope to see a lot of people there. Hopefully, again, they also have a Facebook page. And if there's any weather or anything, so stay tuned. So we're really looking forward to that. The first item on our agenda today is a public hearing. We have an application request for a Class 2 motor vehicle and repair license from Westport Automotive Group, located at 1052 State Road, the vehicle limit of 38. Managers Paulo Daniel and Joan Portas. Anybody here? You want to come forward, please? Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you just please introduce yourselves?
I'm Joan Portes, one of the managers.
Paul Daniel.
Okay, so you want to tell us what you've got going on over here?
We're just for auto sales and service. That's what we're looking for.
So is the paperwork in order?
Yes, the paperwork is in order. We also do have a police recommendation in the packet.
All right. And are there any, is there a business there now?
They used to be, at the moment, it's closed down.
Okay. And do you have any significant change in hours or anything from what was previously there?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Any questions, anybody?
Everything's in order, it appears.
Yep.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Is there any discussion? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that have any comments from the public? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Good luck.
Thank
You're all
you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for coming in, appreciate it.
Next, we have an application request for a Class 2 motor vehicle license from AVR Plus, doing business as Fast Road Auto Sales, located at 327 State Road, vehicle limit 85. Manager Vasily Avram. Do we have someone there for that one? Good evening. Could you
Good
introduce
evening.
yourself? Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Vasily Avram.
Okay. And what have you got going on over there?
Could you say again?
What do you have going on? Tell us what you're doing.
Used car dealer. So I do selling cars.
Okay. And was there were previously a car sales there on that lot?
Yes, I did before.
Right, okay. We do have a favorable police department recommendation. Is all the other paperwork in order?
Yes.
So this is a public hearing, so this is the 327 State Road. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Sean, just in our packet, it was from Ralph basically saying that obviously it's going to be only retail sale, no repairs or body work is allowed there. And then obviously there's an existing parking plan of record that he had on file. That was just an email
Okay.
at the end.
Oh, I might have missed it.
Just said to remind the board that it's car sales only, and the garage will need to be upgraded if you are going to do repairs there.
I see, you understand that, sales only.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any comments from the public? You just need to go to the microphone over there.
I have 2 vacant lots behind that property, and there's a big spotlight. There's a paper street to get to my property, and there's a big spotlight in the middle of the paper street. So I just want some kind of assurance that if we ever do develop back there, that he'll take that out, because the previous owner, we had like a verbal agreement. I told him, you can use that for now. You know, they would park cars along the highway. And he has two big spotlights, but like I said, one of them is right in the middle of the paper street that reaches my property in the back. So I don't really want to stop them from putting that there. I just I want some kind of assurance that you'll take that light down if we develop it or we decide to, and I don't want cars parked in front of it, okay?
Okay.
So it's right across the street from the cartway. You know where that is?
Oh, okay.
right? The go-karts,
Yep.
right across the street. You have two lights, two big giant lights. The previous owner put them in. Well, he put them right in the middle of what they call a paper street. It's a right-of-way to my property in the back. Because there was years ago, they used to put them just down the paper, the streets, and they never develop them. Sometimes they do develop them. And I talked to the building inspector, and he said there's not supposed to be anything in front of that paper street, nothing. So, yeah, I think it's even the law to have that.
All right, so you don't intend to make any changes right now?
Well, yeah.
Well, I like that not down, because I'd like that light to come down, because I don't want to be in 5 years from now, you know, we decide to do something, he says, hey, I don't know what you're talking about, it's staying up. It's a huge light, it's almost as big as a street light.
So the building inspector, this is 327 State Road, yeah. So the building inspector made a note that it was sales only, no repairs or body work. You can use the existing parking plan of record. If you're going to do repairs, it would need some upgrade. But the building inspector didn't make any note of the lights.
Well, he didn't know about it, I told him about it today, and he said, oh, they're probably going to send me down there to take a look at it.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Did you have a recommendation?
Yeah, so what I would say is, if I understand correctly, there is an existing light structure on a paper road, correct?
Right.
Okay,
Beginning of the paper. In other words,
Yeah.
he owns a tiny strip in front of my land.
yeah, so,
And he put stuff in front of that.
yes.
Where there's supposed to be an empty trailer.
So for the purposes of this hearing, my recommendation, again, just based off of what our building commissioner is, this is based off of the property and the layout of record. The layout of record wouldn't include anything with regards to the paper street configuration. That removal would be a private civil matter outside of the scope of this hearing. But what I would recommend is just open up that line of communications so that any future improvements obviously aren't impeded.
That several years ago, we came before the selectmen at the time, and the owner was here and everything, and I said, I'd like that light to come down, I mean, you know, and he said, I'll take it down, it'll be okay, I'll take it down whenever you ask me. So I have that on a VCR tape, an old-fashioned tape, as my proof that the owner would take it down, but now the owner is still, I guess he's the guy that owns, he really technically owns it, he's playing bank.
Yeah,
He's
she's
leasing it.
trying to get the microphone.
Sorry.
So you're not the property owner, though, are you? Do you own the property, or you're the manager of the business?
I'm the manager on this time.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So he's the,
But
we
they
don't-
sold the property about 2 months ago, because I went there to check on it today at the other car lot, or yesterday rather, and they said, we don't own that anymore, we don't own that. And then I found out they kind of do own it, because the guy still owns it, but he's leasing it, I guess this person.
yeah. So I think from what the town administrator is saying is that it's good for the neighbors to be talking to each other.
Yeah.
But right now, it doesn't appear to be impacting the license request.
And I will also note too, that if there is an enforcement matter, she had a conversation with our building department, and that is the correct avenue. If they're not operating within what the improved plan is.
Okay, so the building
I think
is,
it's unlawful to have that there, in other words, according to the building inspector. Well, he said there's nothing supposed to be in that spot where it's the right-of-way.
all right, so let's ask Ralph to go
Yeah.
check it out.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I say, I don't want to stop this procedure in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Vote to approve the application request for a Class 2 motor vehicle license for AVR Plus, doing business as Fast Road Auto Sales, located at 327 State Road.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next one is a continuation of a hearing from June 1, a request from John Rodricks for a 6-month seasonal trailer permit for recreational purposes to locate a trailer at 95 Mosher Lane. The property is shown on Assessor's Map 76A, Lot 95.
Yes, I did also just want to make a note within your packet. You do have some correspondence from the assistant to the town administrator, Paul Brown, just with some additional context about this application and it being part of the East Beach Seasonal Trail renewal process.
All right, so what Paula has said is that it's a standard East Beach seasonal trailer renewal. Mosher Lane is one of the few lanes, streets, roads that are covered under the East Beach preliminary approvals at the beginning of the permit season. There's been a trailer at 95 Mosher Lane dating back to the 1980s, with the last permit being issued in 2021. I think that was information we did not have at the last time.
That is correct.
All right, and you're the applicant, right?
Correct.
So my recollection of the hearing was that we continued it because there were some questions from the neighborhood. Was that the only question that we had left?
I believe one comment came up about street access, and
Oh,
just, I guess, the origination of this request or where its purpose. So Paul was able to answer the first part of it, but I don't know if that neighbor is here this evening with the follow-up.
Is that, so I know, there was a concern brought forward, is that person, okay, do you want to, can you just remind us, can you come to the microphone and just remind us what your concern was, or did you have questions? We did, we could go back and read them, but you're here.
My concern, Douglas Davis, Lot 77, John Reed Road. My concern was the parking
Right, okay.
and access that John's put a barrier in the middle of the easement, the laneway.
Okay,
What's going to happen with this trailer and how people are going to park? Are they going to block the lane like he does, or are they going to allow access down the lane? That's my question from last week, 2 weeks.
all right, so can you just describe on this, so we have the lot up there, the one with the blue. Can you just tell us where you're planning to put the trailer?
The lot in the blue.
No, yeah.
Okay. So there's we put an RV pad right here, 35 feet, like 14 in width. So they will park, obviously the pad's there, the RV go there, and there's enough room to park a vehicle there also. So that's it, and there's also parking, I have it over here too, so there's parking. This is a private lane, okay? So I actually, I own this right here.
Right, okay.
So, and, so from here to here, there's, the access is only me, there's no one else there, there's no one here. So in my deed for right here, it says right in my deed, I have 2 parking spots right
Okay.
on the lane. But over here, I did put the RV pad, and there is parking, but there will be parking right there too, if there needed to be additional parking.
Okay, and then what was the concern that you were worried about them blocking? Where was the block, you were concerned about the blocking?
You have a post in the middle of the lane that I tried to remove.
All right, so we're not going to talk to each other.
But,
So you need to wait,
That's
let
what
him
I
talk.
was here 2 weeks ago, so I can converse, but there's a post, this is my other lot, Davis lot, right here. About the middle of the back of my lot, our lot, is a post in the middle of it, with he uses a rope to tie off to access.
Okay.
I do, yeah.
So the,
I did, there's, no, go ahead. You can finish.
so the request before us tonight is the seasonal trailer permit and locating the trailer permit. So the use of the roadway layout is a separate matter, I believe. So, but I think the concern is that you're blocking the roadway layout area.
That's a private lane, I'm not blocking anyone.
So a private lane, it's in the roadway layout, so it might be a private lane, but there's both, all the abutters have access to it.
Yeah, again, as far as, well, his property doesn't go up to that lane. He didn't, I put money into that lane.
That diagram right there shows his property abutting the roadway
It
layout.
abuts, but it doesn't.
Now, the road doesn't appear to be built in the roadway layout, according to that diagram, but it does abut it. The roadway
It does
layout, see
abut.
that gap between the blue line and the line right below it? The road was not built in the layout. Whoever built that road did not build it in the layout. So he is an abutter to the layout, but what you're
he is a abutter.
pointing out is that particular slot is on your property, right? So I think that we're getting into too much,
Yeah, I'm getting into the weeds here, but I did put that road and put over $5,000 into that road, into that lane, and it's a private lane. And again, just to bring you back here, you could look, it's right in the deed that I park in the lane. It's built in the deed, it says I have 2 parking spots in the lane. So now, this is here, so to put the post up, so what?
All right, so I just want to be clear, so you can sit back down.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear, whether there's a post in the roadway or not is not what we are talking about tonight,
Okay.
although I appreciate that neighbors need to resolve this issue. What we're talking about tonight is whether we're going to allow the trailer permit. So this is the East Beach trailer lot. One of the things we didn't understand on the last time is it didn't look like an East Beach lot, because mostly they're on that one road, right? So we didn't really realize this was over. So and according to Paula, there has been a trailer there before. So I hear your concern about the blocking the roadway. Did you have other concerns you wanted to bring to the board?
You don't want to hear that concern, but he may have something on his deed, and the previous owner parked their cars off to the side, not in the middle. And he's
So,
blocking the whole,
That goes to my house. That's tied into my house. Where I park, that is tied, you
So-
can see the green.
all right, so we're done with this conversation.
this lot
So-
can't aggress into this.
So, but that matter isn't before us right now. What's matter before us right now is whether we approve this parking trailer permit, the trailer permit. It does appear that there's potential parking. Now, whether he's parking in other places he shouldn't be parking might be another matter. And other than that, is the paperwork in order?
Yes, the paperwork's in order.
So is it something we should be asking the building inspector to go look at, or the
So-
zoning enforcement officer?
So as a private roadway, and I don't know if there's a homeowners association, and I'd have to look at specific
Yeah.
deeds, but that wouldn't be something under the town's discretion to set a condition on.
Right, okay. All right, anything else is there any other topics from the public? All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, Madam Chair, I would like to know who's got the answer to this. You obviously have 2 gentlemen here, a good argument on both sides. I don't know who's right and who's wrong. So is it the building inspector who's here, or is it the highway department? Tell us it is or it isn't. I don't know if there's a problem. If there's a problem, I don't think we should approve it. If there's not a problem, we should.
So
We don't have the answer.
yeah, so the part that's before us is parking for the trailer, which there's a pad, so that's not what he's disputing. He's disputing the blocking of the private way, the private laneway.
Well, I need the answer to that, so I'm not hearing a clear answer as to whether or not the laneway is being blocked.
Let me say this, if I can.
So let me stop you. Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot because you're the town planner. Can you tell us how a dispute about the laneways like this is typically resolved? This is the town planner, Michael Burris.
So typically what we would have to do is we would have to look at the deeds that were recorded as a component of some sort of subdivision plan, which I imagine is in place on Gidley Lane. And then we would see in the deeds whether or not certain landowners in that subdivision have rights to pass and repass through that area. I'm not familiar with the history of this area, so I couldn't say offhand, but it is something that we can look into. Sometimes with older lots, the information's just not there, the history's just not there, and then it becomes a, kind of a, as the town administrator, Vitale, was saying, it becomes somewhat of a civil issue where, you're going to have to settle it in court, that someone will have to demonstrate that they have the rights to access through there, and the other person will dispute that, and you submit your evidence in court. But, yeah, I mean, it's generally going to be a private issue, as was noted.
So to research that, though, is it appropriate next step having the zoning enforcement officer go out, or should somebody be contacting the planning department? Like, what's the next step that you might recommend?
We often pull the old plans for properties that are filed at the Registry of Deeds for people. That's a service we provide to the community. The website's kind of challenging to navigate, so we don't mind helping out with that. Obviously, we're not going to provide any sort of legal advice in the planning office or do any sort of enforcement. That's the purview of the building commissioner.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jake.
So I think this is obviously a property line dispute, because looking at which is not always accurate, but
Yeah.
the town of Westport property map, this gentleman's property does not go into the laneway, as you pointed out, as we pointed out on that. But just as an aside, if I look at the aerial photo on the GPS, on the Google map, every year there's either a boat or something parked in that Gidley Lane, except for 2023. So I don't know if this is a new occurrence of parking or boats in that lane. So I'm just saying it's there, it's happened.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Rick?
So I guess so I share a private lane to get to my house, and I have 35 feet there that I can't block, but I can still park there and everything else. It's in the deeds. But my question is the trailer going to change the dispute in any way, shape, or form? Like, will the trailer be blocking Gidley Lane any more than your current situation is blocking Gidley Lane?
Not at all.
Uh,
There's a pad there.
How long has that pad been there, sir?
Pad's only been there maybe a month.
Oh, you just put it in?
We just put it in. Is the pad blocking the way? The pad that he's laid down, is that blocking the way? No, I'm asking you, because yes. Not that you know of. Okay,
No, it's off.
okay. All right, yes, sir.
Hi, Dave Reposa. Being a private way, once you put that building on there, doesn't it become a public way?
No, the public roads have to be accepted by the town meeting.
What's the trailer being used for?
So the trailer that they're asking for is a recreational use seasonal trailer, just like the other trailers you see at East Beach.
It's a public recreational.
I'm not sure where you're getting at. The laneway is not a public road until it's been accepted by the town.
Right, so that makes it a private way. That if you put that in there, it's a recreational. Now, it's not private anymore. It's public. I'm just trying to gather this up in my head, what you people are trying to figure out. And at this point of the game, I'm not much of a lawyer, but being a private way and you put something in there that's public, it's not a private way anymore.
It's not public, it's a trailer.
It's a recreational
Trailer, just
trailer.
like the other ones you see out on East Beach.
I know, everybody's manipulating words, but that's what I got to say.
I'm not trying to manipulate
It's something
words. There's a
it's something
trailer
that has to be looked at.
for someone's recreational use. It's not a public use, it's a recreational use.
It's still a public. It's recreational. Everybody goes down to that trailer.
I don't
because
know,
recreational.
it's not a trailer, it's not like a food truck or something. It's just it's a camper trailer.
Okay, it's still recreational.
Okay. Can you go to the mic? Yeah, go to the mic.
You said you had a 35-foot private right-of-way.
Correct.
So that's all I'm asking is out of courtesy to park off. You said you park off the road.
Well, I'm required to on my deed. So like I can park there, but if my neighbor and I ever got into a dispute, which I hope you guys can come to some sort of agreement where it works without going after each other.
He wants to shut the lane down.
Okay, okay.
But neither here nor there. It's whatever it's whatever the rules are for it is going to be outlined in your guys' deeds. It's going to say somewhere, hey, this is a public way that's or a private way that's shared by these properties. These properties have rights of A, B, C, and D on that.
Thank you.
Map Geo has a 20-foot layout on that easement, whatever you want to call it. Summer Road, they claim it's, and the highway surveyor said that should be open. He told me.
We're not disputing that,
Yeah.
you could be completely
Where
right.
does this go? Who?
You could be-
Where do we?
My deed says it.
Where do we go
I-
with this? Where do we go?
So.
Yeah, because that's why I'm here.
So we have a decision to make about whether we're going to approve the trailer permit. But it sounds like if there's a dispute about what's going on in the roadway, your good next step is to talk to the planning board to help you get the required information to whether you want to enforce it or not, right? So I would strongly urge you to be a good neighbor and keep the laneway open. And I would strongly urge you to, if you're feeling strongly about it, then take, the next step is to get the deed information, which the planning department can help you with. We can ask the building enforcement officer to go out there, but I don't really think there's much he can do.
Well, this was a step that I,
No, it is, you're right. One of the options available to us tonight is to decline the permit, right? So that's what we're trying to figure out is if we decline the permit, then we're depriving him of the use of property that has happened on that, going forward. If we allow it, we want to make sure we're not making a condition even worse by allowing it, right? I think this is where Mr. Mundy was going. Like, is there any appreciable change in this dispute, whether we approve or don't approve this? And I think the appreciable change might be that maybe there's increased use of the laneway or something.
everybody else parks off the lane, except John. John likes to park in the middle of the
Okay,
lane,
I
John.
think we're,
right?
all
You gotta go back
Yeah.
to the deeds.
right, so we're gonna, we hear you, thank you.
Just beating a dead horse.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so, Dick, I'm not sure if that Michael's answered your question.
Yeah, but that would preclude us from voting on this tonight because we don't have the information that that process would show.
So what information would you be looking for?
I want to know from either whoever's highway surveyor or the zoning people, is this not permitted in some way because it's an impediment to traffic getting through there? And I don't know if it is or it isn't. It seems that the trailer itself is on private property and wouldn't in and of itself cause a problem. But I guess it's attendant guests, people visiting there. But I don't know if it is truly going to block traffic at all, because I don't have any real opinion on that from experts.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for, if we defer the hearing, if we continue the hearing to get more information, if we know specifically what information we would need to make a decision.
Well, I would like, what comes to my mind is the highway surveyor as one source who would opine on that and say, it's not a problem. And that would satisfy me, and then I would vote for it. If you came back and said, we got a problem here, then I wouldn't vote for it, but I want to make a decision based on some facts from people who have the skill set to tell me the answer.
But the fact that you're trying, I'm just trying to make sure I clearly understand. So the fact that you're trying to understand is whether they are parking in unpermitted areas, in areas they're not supposed to be parking?
Something like that would be helpful, yes.
So, okay, so if they're allowed to park it there or not. And because we could condition the permit on I think we could condition the permit on not allowing parking for the trailer in the laneway, but I don't know if we can do anything about existing parking in the laneway. But I hear you, you want somebody to tell us,
Well, it could also consult with the police.
So,
The police.
wait, no, it's not your turn.
So I think some of this information, as Michael said, really would be within their deed records. And I don't necessarily know if the town would want to be in a position, as Michael said, to make a legal determination of that fact. If the board was supportive, what we could do this evening is, I could work with Michael if the board in addition to taking an action on the permit, refer it to my office, and I can work with them to get the answers to their questions so that they can make the decision that they think is prudent, for them in that. I think, some of those questions, just again, with regards to the layout, if it's not something that is a public roadway, what we may set on conditions of it being a public roadway that I would look at, like the standards of the road and the width, it might not align with what their approval was at the time of the subdivision. So I think there's a lot of things that would just require a little more due diligence on that, that side of things.
Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I was just gonna say, I've been there for 18 years, going on 18 years. And initially, when I did arrive there, there were, God rest their soul, there was a few people nearby that questioned me parking. And even the police had come down several times. And I said respectfully to the police, I said, please go back. So check at town hall. You will see that this is a private lane. You will see, and you know what? It satisfied the police. The police had no problem. The police said they never come back. If there was a problem and they didn't agree with where I was parked, they would have said, hey, no, I'm sorry, sir, you got to move this.
Well, the police don't get engaged in civil matters. The police would be engaged in a criminal matter, right? So as we heard from the town planner, that if, are you going to talk over me? I'm going to talk.
No, but I'm just going to say, you're saying it's a criminal
I'm
matter,
saying that it's
but
a
the
civil
police
matter.
showed up at my house twice.
Probably,
Inquired
until they
about it.
realized it was a civil matter. Yes.
I think this is all sidebar conversation because I know there's a dispute about the laneway, but the trailer's not going to be in the laneway, correct? There's going to be no interference with the laneway from the trailer. So they're two separate issues entirely.
Absolutely.
I agree, yes, they are.
Excuse me, didn't we pass laws years ago that we didn't allow a trailer in Westport anymore? Didn't we restrict that and stop people from having
This-
trailers in Westport?
We allow 6-month use of trailers. The select board has the authority to extend more than 6 months, which we do in like a fire and someone's construction trailer after a fire. But this particular lot is in the East Beach area where we have the East Beach trailer permits and process and everything.
Oh, so what that is, that's a private trailer
It's a private trailer.
that somebody wants to put on that lot
Yes,
seasonally?
exactly,
Okay.
for recreational purposes.
Just, yes.
Yes.
No, I thought this was a public thing. It was
No.
going to be a public one.
No. All right, so we've heard Dick would like some more information. I don't know. What about you, gentlemen?
Okay, so I feel for the whole dispute there, but I think that there are two different items that's going on, so
Motion to approve the 6-month seasonal trailer permit.
second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Please work with your neighbor, and you can get more information from the planning department and the building inspector. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item we have is an application request for a Class 2 motor vehicle license from Scott's Auto Center located at 620 Sanford Road, vehicle limit 15, manager Scott Maderos. Are you the applicant?
I'm Attorney Mac Long on behalf of the applicant. Do you have the plan? I believe it was submitted. I did bring it just in case.
We have a bunch of stuff in our packet here. Do you
I
have?
think it's the last page of the application.
It should be,
Yeah,
it should be.
we have it, but I mean.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So do you want to just tell us what you got going on here?
If you're familiar, this is Sanford Road, former Foursquare, still operating as Foursquare Village Garage, and there was an auto sales lot when you're looking at the property on the right-hand side, which would be the south side. This property has been used as an auto repair and sales location for quite a long time. I believe the auto repair started in the late 40s and has continued since then. The property was transferred earlier this year to a trust, and subsequent work has included cleaning up the property, removing any old scrap metal cars, and redoing the lot with fresh asphalt millings and essentially cleaning up the entire property. And the ask here is to issue the Class 2 motor vehicle license strictly for sales at this time. The auto repair license is a separate entity and a separate issue that will be coming before the board hopefully next month. At this point, we're strictly dealing with the auto sales, and they're looking for a 15 vehicle limit, with manager being Scott Medeiros.
Okay, and the paperwork in order?
The paperwork is in order. Police recommendation is in your packet, and just confirming that it's by appointment only.
It is, yes, by appointment only.
Okay. Anything from the board?
Motion to approve.
Second?
So this is a public hearing. Is there any comments? This is for 620 Sanford Road. Any comments from the public? You should just go to the microphone over here.
Good evening. My name is Hank Keating. I live at 1 Stone Fruit Lane, which is directly opposite 620 Sanford Road. That's where our lane comes out. We've lived in that location for 10 years, and we've lived with the occupancy of the garage and the car lot, and they've been good neighbors, and we support this application. We met with both the operator and the owner of the property over the last 2 weeks. And our only comment is that we don't want this to become a car sales lot that looks like Route 6. We're actually looking for assurances that we're not going to see triangular reds and yellow flags and lighting and that type of thing. And we were given those assurances. So I just wanted to put that in the public record.
Thank you.
If I may, my client did address those concerns and mentioned to me, that was the primary concern from the abutters. As he mentioned, most of the abutters have been there for quite some time and are familiar with the property. And my client assured me that there will be no, flags. We recognize this as Sanford Road and not Route 6, and there's not going to be blinking signs and neon lights, so.
All right, thank you. Anything else? So we have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you to the board. Have a great night.
Too.
So next item, we have 5A, request from Bish Strong Foundation to hold their annual 5K walk, run, roll race on September 13, 2026. This is, is there anyone here for that? So this is a pretty straightforward application. Did we get the,
So police recommend, yeah, so they did reach out to us with the recommendation. They didn't submit a memo. However, they did provide a favorable recommendation. This is the second year of the event. You have the route that is the same as this prior year. The police details have been organized. The environmental police will also be there.
all right, thank you. It's the pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve. Unfortunately, it will not be on Hicksbridge, worse than
not
Echo
be
Drift Road with metal
on a
plates
big
in the
road.
road.
Second, Madam Chair.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a request from Weatherlow Farms for a one-day wine and malt beverage license for the following events: July 17, 2026 picnic dinner from 5 to 9, and Thursday, August 20th, 2026 for picnic dinner from 5 to 9. This is the season where we get our one-day licenses. Is there anyone here to talk about that? Is all the paperwork in order?
Yes, the police did, as part of their recommendation, recommend that a police detail be hired for those events and that all consumption be on site.
Madam Chair, these people have come before us previously. We've always asked a lot of questions. We've never had a problem. So I would recommend approval for both those dates.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Just a note on that approval, if you could add that condition as part of the approval.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Approve condition on police
Yeah.
department recommendation. Yep.
Include that, and then I'll
You okay with that? Okay. All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. The next item that we have is a request from Keith Dias for an entertainment license to hold their annual Westport Pride Festival on June 28, 2026. And I believe Mr. Dias is here. Yeah.
Good evening, board.
You can come sit. You're the applicant.
I know. I saw a microphone and I was like ready to like tag it.
All right, so you want to tell us what you got going on here?
Yeah, so we're here for applying for the entertainment license. This is the third year for the Westport Pride Fest, but the first year that we're transitioning it to town property. So usually the entertainment license has been handled by the Holy Ghost Club in the past. So we're applying for that directly, and then we put ourselves on the schedule for today just to answer any questions or concerns that the board might have with the transition to town property. We did reach out to the police department, the health department, the Board of Health, and we've pretty much, I think, taken care of everything other than today.
All right, so this is going to be held at the Macomer Fields on June 28th, Sunday, June 28th, at the Macomer Fields from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Well, the event itself is 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. The 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. is our grounds use, so that includes setup and tear down time.
All right, and then you've already made arrangements with the school department for the, whatever they need for the ground use.
Yep.
So what's before us today is the entertainment license. Can you describe what kind of entertainment you're planning to have?
Yep, there's going to be a DJ there providing music throughout the festival, and we are in the process of confirming it's a nonprofit organization that's coming out. They're a wrestling museum, and they'll be putting on a wrestling show for about an hour. They have their own insurance, liability, everything. It is excluded from what we have for the grounds. And they'll be coming out to do a performance. Other than that, we're still working on some other entertainment, but it's all pretty low key. The biggest thing would be the DJ throughout the day.
Yeah, so I know the Holy Ghost they have DJs and music like all the time, but I don't think they typically have very much at Macomer, and I know some of the neighbors are worried about the noise. So can you just like maybe address the concerns about the noise?
I don't think it would be anything overly rambunctious. It's not that kind of festival. It's a community event. You have been to it. Select Board Representative Craig Dutra has been to it in the past, so it's not like this like giant party type festival. There is music, but I don't think it would be any. We did ask for the old high school originally, thinking that might be a more suitable placement, but because of athletics, they couldn't confirm. Depending on, yeah, the athletic schedule would dictate whether or not we could hold it there, and the problem with that was, in order for us to book the event and move forward, we wouldn't know in time. So the school's suggestion was the grounds at Macomber.
And we did actually, when we started with year 1 and 2, because of the way the Holy Ghost is set up, there's a lot of residents around the property. And that was also a pretty general question and a concern that came up for year 1 and 2. And we have always made sure that we stay upon the rules and regulations of noise ordinance. So we didn't have any issues or complaints for year 1 and 2, so because we have been very
Yeah, but you didn't. I was there. I mean, I attended the event. The event.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought they were great. But I understand why you needed a new location because the parking there was terrible because you had a lot more participants than you had ability to park.
Definitely.
But also, Holy Ghost has concerts like every other weekend in the summer, right? So they're a little bit more used to it. That was the way I was wondering.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Any alcohol being served?
Absolutely not, no.
No, yeah.
No alcohol.
No, it's all been very explicitly clear to all of the food vendors, participants, crafters, vendors.
When it
coming aboard.
becomes town property, alcohol is an exclusion from.
Particularly-
Yeah,
Cool.
nobody has any expectation of that whatsoever. I know there were rumors, but there's no alcohol.
I had two questions. So I saw on the school use license that you didn't check it was a 501c, and I couldn't find the Westport Pride Foundation as an incorporated.
We are not a nonprofit yet. We are
Not
in the
yet.
process of forming the nonprofit.
So my concern is like looking at the application for entertainment and the school use, it's running through Reel to Reel and the Cat and Raven, which means that's a sole proprietorship for profit.
It's not for profit, though. We
Yeah.
keep all the invoicing separate. We pay for the event. We file anything on our taxes right now because the money has to be filed. We file any money coming in. We file any expenses going out. Any profits that come from the event are donated to a charity. The first year we broke even. The second year it came out of my pocket.
But currently, it's a sole proprietorship being run through you.
So the way usually these things
Somebody has
work
to run the
is
event.
Usually you got to get something going first in order for it to start the footsteps of it becoming a nonprofit. And that's what we're actually in the process of
We have
doing
just
now.
formed our board. We are working on our status to get the 501c, and the school was well aware of that when they approved the application.
Okay, like I said, my concern is just the optics of it because it looks like a sole proprietorship.
So that'll be something that we'll be announcing, but thank you so much for bringing that up because that's actually something we've been announcing already. We're working towards right now. And because personally, when it comes to these things, you also have to take into accountability that you have to basically give an explanation of all these different accounts as far as bookkeeping is concerned. So I would love to eventually be able to get this off my hand, and which is why we're taking the steps.
Yep, our goal is the paperwork's already in process, we're working on it, but eventually it'll be Westport Pride Foundation. The name is there on the school paperwork because I told them that it was in process, but they are well aware that we don't have that yet. It takes time to get that certification, and a lawyer and a lot of other things.
And the board going.
But we have the board formed, we're working on that. Our goal is for Westport Pride Foundation to be a nonprofit that will help with pride awareness and support on a greater level beyond just a once-a-year community festival.
My other only concern, and it's not your guys' fault, and I tried my best to get you a better venue earlier, is the Macomber School is the most heavily residential town-owned property. It's substantially more residential than Holy Ghost, and Holy Ghost is used to having events there on a regular basis. And the residents of that neighborhood do not want the Macomber School to become a weekend event venue. And it sets a precedent for that by having you guys there.
I don't think that's the school's intentions. The school's intentions was to give us grounds to hold Westport Pride Festival because there is no grounds here aside from the old high school. There's no public property other than the school property.
Originally, when we started looking, most of the land here is privately owned, and because of the current climate politically, we were getting a lot of no's.
Yeah, I wish they did it at the middle high school or at the elementary school.
Yeah. So on top of this, because of the fact that this stands on the grounds that because it is about support of the community, it does fall under biasism that when it comes to town or city, basically there's no discrimination that would happen. And because it goes into public, public town property, that is really the leg foot as far as a good representation of the community coming together, which is why we were really picky about what we're offering and how we're doing things. We're not turning it into a nightclub, if that's what everybody's worried about.
And I'd like to point out that, again, Macomber wasn't our first choice. The old high school was our first choice. The school is the one who suggested Macomber as the grounds and made that recommendation because of the athletics organizations. So we followed all of the protocol with the school. We've did everything, and I have spoken even with the superintendent of the school, and there has been no concerns from her. There's been no concerns from the police department. So,
yeah. In the future, we would definitely, like we've been telling everybody, is give everybody a lot more head notice because no one likes running around like a chicken without their head, and which is how we're feeling right now.
Do you have any? No. I just had two more questions. So the liability insurance on there, just because it's town property, is it under the Cat and Raven or is it under Westport Pride?
the liability insurance is listed under us, but the town is listed as the co-insured as required by the Westport school system.
Okay. Because I didn't have that in the in our packet. I didn't have the.
They have a copy of the certificate of liability. I have it too, if you want to see it.
Certificate of liability insurance says the insured is the Westport Pride Foundation.
Yes, because that's how they wanted to word it. They understand that Westport Pride Foundation has not been approved yet. The main point was to have the town listed as the co-insured.
It does say.
They have
on
all,
it is the certificate.
yes, they have all of our information. The insurance agent worked with us to get this done so that we could have it in time.
And then, just Chair, one more question. So my only other concern, I think Lieutenant Mello spoke to you about it, just parking throughout that neighborhood. So we have, and I'm big on this, with the Shallop event that they're having at the point in August, we want to make sure that it's not going to impact the neighborhood. This weekend, River Day, they were parking up and down Drift Road. Actually, someone turned around in my driveway and took out our stone wall, so hopefully their car screwed up. but I don't want that to impact
We don't-
the neighborhood. So do you have like maybe parking attendees that?
Yes, we have volunteers who will help with parking. We don't anticipate any problems, like I spoke to the lieutenant about. As she had mentioned, she's been to the festival before at the Holy Ghost Club. There's far more parking at Mount Cumber than there is at the Holy Ghost Club.
A lot more organized.
We'll be using the entire parking lot except for the U-shaped driveway in the front. That's where we're going to be putting the food trucks, as I explained to the school, because we don't want the school trucks sitting on the land to damage the land. So they'll be in that U-shaped driveway. The entire other parking lot will be used. And our estimated attendance, as I was explaining to the lieutenant too, is over the duration of a 6-hour festival. So it's not a long-term stay kind of festival, aside from the people who are there running it and the vendors and the entertainment and stuff. The audience itself is a come and go rotation throughout the 6 hours.
It should be a lot easier because the last 2 years I was running around on dirt field trying to basically put cones and lines in between everything and scotch tape to try to get some form of like traffic control there. Yeah.
All right, so the matter before us is whether to approve the entertainment license to hold the Westport Pride Festival on June 28.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve.
I will second that. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 4 in favor and 1 absent. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And on top of it, we would like to extend the invitation to you guys as a select board and everybody here that's
Yes.
listening and watching. Part of our focus is to make sure that no matter whether it's the LGBT community or the town, that people come together and celebrate.
So
So I
we
look forward to seeing all of you there.
be delighted to have you if you'd like to join us.
Yes.
Thank you. Good luck.
Have a good night.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it would be fair to tell the auditor that we'll take him up at 7. Is Police Chief Dunn still out there? Hello, Chief. We got to you.
Members of the board, good evening.
Please come sit down. So we have a request from Police Chief Christopher Dunn to reappoint the following officers on the attached list, effective July 1. So we have Reserve Officers Antonio Custodio, David Leite, Johnny Kudo, Christian Theodore, Javier Rosa, David Simcoe, John Bell, Michael Sylvia, Clinton Silverio, Michael Fitzgerald, Thomas Plord, Samantha McGuire, Gary Canberra, Paul Race, and Craig Pimentel. And then Community Service Officers Stephen Kovar, Michael Kelly, Amy Lynn Smitty, Maggie Noversa, Michael Roussel, David Aruda, Brian Souza, Michael Borden, Joshua Sherman. I should have told you guys to put any on hold if you have any on hold. Okay, but Richard Rodricks, Eric Vaness, Valerie Bellevue, Kaylin Dees, Eric Madonna, Robert Deschen, Jacob Mock, and Ryan Swally. Phew, you want to tell us what
Long
you got
list.
going on here?
So the reserve officers are retired officers, majority of the retired officers. They help us out with details and filling of beach patrols and other shifts when officers cannot work. Community service officers, they're there just mainly to help us out with road details, directing traffic. As you know, I'm sure it's going to be on the agenda later on this evening regarding Hicks Bridge and the amount of details we have there. These officers, both reserve officers and community service, are vital for us to help us out with directing traffic within the town.
Okay, any questions for the chief? And we have to, is this a yearly appointment?
These are yearly appointments, yes.
Just the regular police officers, we approve for a couple years and then.
Then after 3 years, yes, they don't get reappointed. yes.
Okay. All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Anything going on you wanted to call to our attention?
We're going to sit down in a few more minutes with Deputy Chief Rebello. I'll just wait for that time if that's okay.
Which item is that?
It's the end of year transfer.
So the end of year transfer, you want to just tell us, is he here?
He is.
So this is 7I.
If I can just
7I, there's a transfer for police personnel, $40,000 to police expenses. So you want to tell us about that?
So first off, I just want to thank the board for the past 2 years and the amount of money we've transferred from our expenses from personnel to expenses to help upkeep our department and give us some new technology. I realize this is a lot less, however, the item we're looking to purchase is very significant. And this would not have happened without Senator Michael Rodricks and earmark that he provided for us, approximately 70% of the total cost of this item. I believe Deputy Chief Rebello was passing on This item, if it pleases the board, I'm going to defer to Deputy Chief Rebello for a minute, only because he is the one who researched this and provided the information to Senator Rodrick.
Sure. Your outfit matches your presentation.
So what this is just a virtual reality trainer. Everything's going virtual reality now, right? So this allows us to train scenarios. If you go to the second page there on the second slide, use of force, judgment, verbal de-escalation, which is a big buzzword nowadays in policing, de-escalation, want to de-escalate things. So the use of force options are not as significant as they could be. Also mental health responses with the uptick of those as well. This allows us to go over in series different types of scenarios, real world scenarios. The system that we're looking at is a 180-degree system. So once you're in this virtual world, the good thing about this is it's unique to other systems where you don't have to wear goggles for this. You're using your firearm. There's a recoil mechanism in it. I'm sure if
The last page has.
on the last page there, the top one. Sure, Selectman McGuigan would like to know about that.
I want to know, forget him, I want to know about this.
I can
think
speak
I
about
need
it if
to
you
try
want.
this
It gives you an option. So most trainers, you pull the trigger on a firearm and it doesn't move, it just stays static, which isn't ideal. A lot of the issues that we have with training in firearms is that the recoil, the gun goes off and goes bang, and that kind of, you anticipate that and your shot moves. So this allows that gun to recoil with a CO2 system. It's unlike that with any other systems that are available out there. So you're using your real tools. They also have what they call a stress inoculation, a threat fire simulation, where you're actually wearing on your belt something that can deliver a shock to you. So that way, when you're taking fire in a scenario, if that were the case, you're getting a shock, you're getting a stimulus from that. So it's kind of ramping you up a little bit just to see how you perform on these situations. So it allows us to go through all these situations multiple times, record the results of those, so we can kind of play back and see what's going on. Part of the system comes with training for our firearms officers. There's 3 of them. They would go through that training and they run the system. It's all computer run.
And this is the $40,000 from personnel to expenses, and then there's also a grant, is that what I heard?
Well, it's the earmark
Earmark.
from Senator Rodrick. So this is no additional funding, it's just a transfer from personnel to expenses to help cover the expense. I think, Deputy, did you bring up the post requirements?
Yeah, so post requirements, so every year we file a questionnaire as to what else we're doing for de-escalation. And every year it's the same thing. We're not doing anything other than what we're doing at firearms training, along with a portion of that is de-escalation. But it's finite. There's nothing else that we can do because there's really nothing else that we can do other than what we're doing currently. This gets us past that. So now this system will be set up at all times for us to use. Part of the pitch with Senator Rodrick was that it's a collaborative effort where other departments from the area can utilize the system as well. So long as it has one of our trainers is running it, you need one of our trainers to be running the system. So they'd be able to utilize this as well regardless of weather conditions. It reduces the amount of cost for ammunition because you have a range component with it. It's ballistically accurate out to 2,000 yards, so the drop of your firearm is represented here in the system. So you have that option as well too, to also do some firearms training outside of the range for, in essence, free, without the cost of ammunition.
Excellent.
No, I'm okay. I think the virtual training is great. I think with the cost of ammunition right now, it's probably a cost savings in the long run, especially given the numerous scenarios and simulations that you can run through this. I know there are a lot of different providers out there, and but appreciate you looking at it.
So then just the year-end transfers are just switching, so the money would have been approved at town meeting for police personnel, so they're just shifting it from police personnel to police expenses.
Yes.
In the same year, so it happens in the current fiscal year.
Correct.
Right.
Got a pretty big footprint. Where are you guys putting it?
We have it upstairs in the attic. We have plenty of room up there. We actually kind of were able to survey the area. We know we can put it up there where it's away from everybody else, so we can hold the training up there.
They've had a representative come out to make sure that it does fit. So before we were in discussions with Senator Rodrick, we made sure that we had adequate room for it.
Go ahead.
Are there recurring costs?
So the initial cost, after the initial cost, that could potentially be if you wanted them to be, but I've talked with the manufacturer and they said once this initial purchase is done, if you no longer want to go forward with that, you don't have to go forward with yearly fees with that. If you'd like to, you can, but they will still support it on the back end, they said, even though you don't go with the yearly fee. The yearly fee adds some other versions of scenarios and things of that nature or any other equipment. But I talked to Mr. Vitale before about it, and it seems like the price of that wouldn't be appropriate moving forward after the initial purchase, because the equipment really, once you get the system in, really isn't that expensive to fix those things that may malfunction. I did talk to Beverly PD, and they have it. They've had it since 2022. They've had no issues with it, and they love it. And so that led me to believe that there would be no more reason to continue on after the initial purchase with any sort of yearly fees.
Yeah, I've used similar systems, and they're awesome.
Yeah, yep.
All right, did you have a recommendation on the transfer?
Yes, I recommend approval.
Okay. So do we want to vote on that now?
Altogether,
Well, so right now, we've only heard about the police personnel one, so we can, since they were here,
vote on that.
we can vote on that, and we can take the others up later.
Motion to approve year-end transfer from police personnel 40,000 to police expenses.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. All right, anything else?
Just a few things, Madam Chair. Under 6E, appointments, Captain Bill Chase is recommending the following for parking enforcement officers. I fully support this. We used to have parking enforcement officers with Harbor Master. It helps us out as a police department. During the week, during the summer, we have one officer dedicated to 8 different or 9 different locations in town to enforce parking. Having them assist us does nothing but help us out. So I fully support that. Respectfully, fully request that to the board. Just a couple of minor things. 4th of July is coming up. We're gearing up for the big parade. We then, from there, we have the Westport Fair, which is going to be another impact within our community. We're gearing up for that to make sure we're all set with that logistically. And then through town meeting, I know we were approved for 2 one-day joint training exercises with the fire department for active shooter training, which is going to be at the new high school. I'll coordinate with Mr. Vitale to let you know the future dates in August. If you would like to come and be an observer, we'd be more than welcome to have you to see actually what we're doing that day, and it's pretty exciting for us to work with the fire department. We're pretty much, unfortunately, if something happens, we're the two agencies who's going in first, so we want to be able to work together and be on the same page.
All right, thank
And
you.
National Night Out's coming up August.
I'm sorry?
4th. National Night Out.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I think Detective Donovan was here previously for National Night Out. So we invite you to that, and we're looking forward to having, hopefully, as well of a beautiful night that we had that night as we have this year. It was a huge success.
Great, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a nice night.
So we have the auditor waiting, but I think we can really quick take up the harbor master item. Are you going to be long or are you going to be quick? Bill? Okay, so we're going to go out of order and take 6E, the request from Director of Marine Services Bill Chase to appoint the following as parking enforcement officers: William Chase, Rick Smith, Kevin Carter, Andrew Manchester, Alex Rao, Elizabeth Canane, Aiden Holliard, and Zach Carter. I think the chief might have stole your thunder here, but you want to tell us?
That's so he can do that anytime he wants. So you know that summertime is always parking wars, for a better way, lack of a better way to describe it. I think what we've seen initially, the first couple of weekends in June, is that it'll be at least as lively as it was last year. And I just feel we can do one of two things. We can just bury our heads in the sand and do nothing, or we can step up and try to help with the situation. Let me give you 2 examples of what we've seen so far in June. There were half a dozen cars last weekend that were parked in the overflow parking lot over at the state boat ramp. Those cars, as I came to find out, were cars that belonged to people who were over at the Cherry and Webb Beach. They were just getting rides over to the beach from their buddies and just leaving their vehicles right there. The other thing that really got my attention, this was this past weekend. There were so many cars that were trying to get down to the point that there was a backup of cars, 6 of them long. I stepped outside of the shack and I looked north on Main Road. There were 6 cars that were stopped, waiting to get down to the turnaround where there already were cars trying to find places that did not exist. If you needed police or fire or public safety of any degree down there, you weren't going to get it. So that issue has got to be addressed one way or the other. And all we're trying to do here is step up and say, let us help in some way. I know that there has been some concern today, discussions about getting the youngsters involved with this. And if it's the pleasure of the board that it's just, say, the four of us, Rick and myself, Kevin and Andrew, that's fine. We're just stepping up and saying, let us help out in some way.
All right, any questions?
Just a comment.
Huh?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
I'm fully supportive of that as a property owner impacted by that overflow parking. I agree completely that, and I think the Westport residents should, and those that use the boat ramp should be supportive of it as well, because there are a lot of abuses of that. So the more tickets you get on there, word gets around, and maybe they don't want to continue to park there and mess it up for the rest of us. So appreciate you taking that on, because I know the police are stretched with their ability to do the ticketing, so appreciate that.
Well, I think that last year, there were several times where we would just pick up the police radio and ask for an officer to come down, and they always responded. But like Chief mentioned, they've got other things to do as well, so we're just offering our help in any way we can. I think the image of several cars with orange stickers on the windshields might send the message. But as far as the point goes, boy, that's going to be a problem at some point.
I mean, they're even parking at the, where the fishermen park right before the bridge. The
Oh, last
Fontaine
year
Bridge. I
they-
see them walking with chairs now from that, for just the 4 or 5 spots you can get out of that, so.
All right, so what's the pleasure of the board on the,
Motion to approve.
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. You had 2 transfers. You had marine personnel, $7,500 to marine expenses, and shellfish personnel, $9,000 to shellfish expenses.
Mhm.
Do you want to tell us what those are about?
Well, so this department essentially has 2 budgets, and I'm yet to get an explanation as to why. So we've got the shellfish budget that comes out of the general fund, I think to the tune of about $92,000. The rest of the budget is marine services, and that is generated mostly by user fees from boaters. What we did here is we didn't use up enough of the salary side of things, and we still have more expenses yet to be used for maintenance for the balance of this fiscal year. So we're basically asking for those 2 transfers from those 2 individual budgets so that we can expense the issues that we, pay for the issues that need to be addressed.
Okay. Any question?
Motion to approve marine personnel, $7,500 to marine expenses, and then the shellfish personnel, $9,000 to shellfish expenses.
Second, Madam Chair.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous, 4 in favor and 1 absent. Thank you very much.
Can we have
Super quick. Yeah.
30 seconds, all right? You want to talk about the ramp opening with the QR code and that whole bit? Sure.
As you know, we've been trying to streamline the parking situation over at the Route 88 ramp and the overflow lot, which has been quite frankly, a nightmare for all of us for many, many years. In an effort to get away from handling cash and counting it 3 times and bringing it to town hall and having it counted again, we started talking about a year ago about a kiosk system. Found out the kiosk system through our research was really not the way to go because the marine environment, the weather down there, whatnot, it would be prohibitively expensive. It would cost us more to maintain it than it would than the benefit to the town. So what we've done is we've gone to a wireless system, which will kick off on next Monday morning, which will involve a QR code as well as using a credit card. We tested it again this morning. It seems to work fine. So the plan is, as of 12:01 Monday morning, we'll kick that off, and at that point in time, we'll unbag the signs and we'll be up and running. So from that point, what will happen is, on a daily basis, as we start to get busier, we'll be able to go either through our phones or manually in a paper printout, find out who has not paid at the ramp, and we'll be able to tag those violators from that point forward. It'll also give us a couple of what I think is wonderful items. One is we'll have an active tracking of who's using the ramp. In that, we'll know the types of vehicles that are there, whether they're trailers, whether they're kayakers or whatever. And in addition, we're not handling cash anymore. It gives an accounting that is true to form. We'll know every penny that comes in and every penny that goes out. So I think it's a boom for the town. I think it's good for the community, and it brings us into the 20th century down there.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to Chris Vitale for the help that he gave this department this afternoon. He's helping us to purchase a vessel that we badly need for the department. I've said many times I'm very much a novice at this municipal stuff. Thankfully, I've got Rick here to guide me through it. But Chris set us straight here this afternoon and put us on the path to get this vessel delivered in a timely manner. So I want to say thank you publicly for that, Chris.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening.
So we've had the auditor waiting for the audit. I'm going to bump up discussion 8A. I know many of you are here for 7M, and I will take that out of order, but after the auditor, because the auditor's been waiting. So we're going to take the auditor, and then I'll take up the notice of intent. So do we have him?
Yeah, he's in the room, and then just have to switch over to the that screen.
And do you want anything you want to introduce?
Well, I will
Dick?
do that just in the interest of time. I'm on the audit committee. I'm not the chair, but I serve on that committee, and one of our key roles is working with the town auditor. We review the audit. We go over the management letter, which is changed to the governance letter, and to make sure that everything is in order. Mr. Anthony Roselli of Roselli and Associates has been the town auditor for many years, does a great job, but he's always tough on us. So we appreciate his work, and well, without further ado, Tony, welcome. Good to have you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, Tony. Can you? Okay, we can't hear you very well. So it's probably on our side.
See if we turn up the volume a little bit.
We're going to check the volume. Oh, there's plenty of room on that volume meter right there. I don't think, we can hear you, but barely. Just 1 second, only give us a minute.
Try that.
That was
Yeah, that's better.
definitely better.
We'll all have to be very quiet.
I got mine turned all the way up and I'm shouting, so my wife probably thinks there's a fight going on in my office.
So Dick gave us a brief intro, but you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. For those who don't know me, I'm Tony Roselli. I'm managing partner with Roselli, Clark and Associates. And we've been doing the audit of the town of Westport for a long time, and we recently completed the 2025 audit, and at the request of the board, we are here tonight to present the results of the audit.
Okay, well, it's a very, very long report, so you better get started.
What I thought would be best if we went to the thinner report, which is called the governance report. It's about 4 pages, and I've got 10 bullets there that pretty much highlight the most important things. Don't know if you got that in your packet or not.
Where is this in my packet here?
So it's a separate file under that agenda item, so it's not part of the full report, but it's a separate document.
Is it in the files? It's in the files?
It's in the files, yes.
But the one in files is a 54-page document there. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, there should be one right under that says, has governance.
Yeah, governance, one right below it.
Okay.
Report to government.
Yeah.
Okay, we're with you.
Yeah, it's about 4 pages, and I'm going to focus on page 3, I believe it is. Yeah, page 3. And I've got about 10 bullet points there that we can go through. And they're actually numbered 1 to 10. So if you guys want to follow along, that's great. Like we normally do, we start off with a discussion about the pension and the OPEB. So the pension actually had a positive result, and as you're aware, you're part of the Bristol County Contributory Retirement System, so you're in with a bunch of other towns and school districts. You don't have your own pension system. The liability decreased to 34.6 million from the prior year. And that was mostly due to a great financial market. So the plan assets of the retirement system did remarkably well, as they did for retirement systems across the state. So you were the beneficiary of that. Your plan asset ratio is now at 63.8%, which means that you're about 36% away from full funding of your pension with Bristol County Retirement. So it is a little bit below the mean. I'm seeing most of the systems out there as 70 to 80, but you're not too far behind. Secondly, and then I'll open it up to questions after I talk about the OPEB. The OPEB, you folks have accumulated $4.7 million in your OPEB fund. This is very, very good result. Also, you're making money on the investments that you have in your OPEB, and that represents about 21.1% funded. Most places are still under 10%, so you're doing really well on the OPEB side of the equation. So I'd like to open it up to any questions, observations, or comments, based on that first couple of discussion items I talked about.
I have none. We discussed this at the audit committee, and we're well satisfied with that progress.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, super. Oh, and yeah, we should add that we have gone through all of this report with the audit committee. So that was done, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So the town is aware of all these results. Next, just a couple of reminders. Network security, just stay on the alert. I'm still seeing a bunch of unfortunate incidents out there. Municipalities seem to be very vulnerable, seem to be getting hit, seem to be getting held hostage with the ransomwares and whatnot. So I haven't read about you folks at all or seen you on the news or anything. So hopefully all is good in the town of Westport. And but just keep training your people. Keep up the good work on that side of the equation. And then fraud risk, just a quick reminder, just to keep looking at your department heads who collect cash, the safeguarding of assets, how often they turn it over, reconciling with them, and Nicole and the treasurer seem to do a pretty good job of staying on top of that stuff. So those are just 2 reminders. Any questions on those items? Okay.
Okay.
Moving right along, the thing, one of the things I wanted to put on here, there's still, when we do the audit at the end of the year, we still do have some adjustments, some cleanup items. So really, Nicole, the accountant, working on a checklist to really, and it's shortened. The list of things that we come up with are shortened. And they're usually not major things, but I know that sometimes there's an error and you have to resubmit your free cash to the DOR. So just streamlining that process, creating the checklist, working with the treasurer. I just like to see that whole process strengthen a little bit. And like I said, it's being done to an adequate level where we understand what's going on and we see the numbers, but there are certain adjustments we do see when we pull through the close process. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay.
Understood.
Town treasurer collector, not sure if she's around.
She is.
She is.
Okay, we did discuss this. The tax liens went up again. So I don't know, I forget what we said at the audit committee meeting, but those balances went up $72,000, and the foreclosure activity really hasn't changed. So I don't know if there's a plan in place to start to do some foreclosures or start to be more vigilant in collecting those tax liens. So that's just something that we as financial people are seeing as an observation. Cash is king. Collecting your taxes in the municipality is very important. So that allowance for abatements, I think you did release some funds. That was up to 1.2 million. This is the assessors reserve for accounts that go back that you can write off against. We thought the balance was getting very high, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, some of that did get released in the current year budget process. Dick's usually pretty good with that. Richard Brewer.
Yes, agreed.
You're pretty good about putting your fingers on that, so I know a little bit of that got released. I'm not sure exactly how much. Okay. Next was a retirement withholding account. It has $100,000 in it, and that's obviously to me is an error. There's too much in there that didn't get released at the time of payment, so hopefully the accountant and the treasurer are working on resolving that so we can bring some of that back to the general fund, for 26. Same thing with the town's fire detail account. There's about $40,000 in there. And when I look at the activity of both these accounts, there's no way there should be that much money in there. So hopefully those are being researched during fiscal 26, and we'll get a resolution to those items at the end of the, when we do our audit, 26. Police details. Some of this was collected after year end. In fact, the deficit that I'm identifying here, I believe, was collected. I'm just seeing that there's a process where this is not being reconciled. So I don't know how accurate the amounts that we're seeing for police details are. So I'd like to see, like in the years ago when I went down and I went to the police station and worked with the secretary down there on police details, we set up a process with the prior town accountant to do a reconciliation at the end of the fiscal year. I'd love to see that process get back in place. Because even though the deficit was cured, I'm not 100% sure how accurate the amounts are in those accounts. Okay. Bullet number 9. There are betterments and loans that you folks have outstanding, and those records are maintained in 3 different areas: the assessor, treasurer collector, and town accountant. I'd like to see all 3 of those departments have a consistent accounting of those betterments and loans. So I put this on here as an observation to look at it a little closer at the end of 26. Right now, we're getting some mixed feedback on what the numbers are on the betterments and the loans for those accounts. And then lastly, the water user receivables were off by about $53,000. So again, another item that should be looked at. This all points back to those closing checklist type of things that I talked about at the beginning of the discussion. So we're seeing a variance there of about $53,000 that I'd like to see closed up by the time we do the 26th audit. And just stepping back, the town's done a great job of, just 3 or 4 years ago, the management letter used to be a very, very thick document, material weaknesses, significant deficiencies. I don't have those. These are more housekeeping things at this point that should be fairly easy to resolve. So hopefully at the end of 26, we see these few items get picked off, and we get it down a handful of items, which is great. So congratulations to everybody who's had some influence in processing that.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes.
Dick, is there anything you want to add?
No, just to reflect that there's the precious words in accounting speak are no material weaknesses. Right, Tony?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure that people got that.
No significant deficiencies.
Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just that we appreciate the feedback and look forward to implementing these recommendations in the upcoming fiscal year.
And Sue, how about you? Anything from you?
No, thank you, Tony.
So Dick, you want to just talk a little bit about what the audit committee is doing with this information?
Yeah, the audit committee is responsible for engaging with the town auditor and meeting with him, as we have done, like Zoom-type meetings and stuff. One of our jobs is what we were talking about tonight, this governance letter, formerly called the management letter, to go through those items. I said earlier, Tony's a tough guy. He keeps us going straight, and we have to work on these now. So there's work to be done. These items are, they're not many, but they are significant, and we don't want to leave any money on the table. We want to have everything accounted for correctly. So it is the audit committee's, in answer to your question, function to make sure that there's follow-through, and that these things start to drop off, and sometimes a new one will appear, and one left. But this is our job now. For the next meeting, we'll be on that letter with these 10 items, asking Sue and the town accountant, what's the deal, where do we stand, what's the action plan, when are we going to get results, and so on and so forth. So that's really what we do, and that's our job.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, our meeting with the audit committee was much longer than that.
Yes, it was.
Very deep into each detailed item, just because it's their charge to make sure these things are addressed and these things are fixed. Tonight's meeting is just to kind of tell you what we found and tell you that the audit committee is working on these items with the financial team so that we have better results at the end of 2026. And again, happy to report there's no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, so that the town is trending in the right direction.
Excellent. Jake?
The only thing I want to point out is that the network security note on here. Sean and I are both pretty supportive of trying to obviously increase the network security, but a lot of people have questioned why we use a third-party administrator to do some of our tax collection and whatnot, and why we're paying them to actually do that. And this is a perfect example as to why we're having a third-party vendor do that, because they have the security in place. They have a lot better network security than we could actually have in-house. But this is a big issue, and anytime we bring any more payment collection in-house, you basically set yourself up for vulnerabilities. So I think that network security is key, and for anyone saying we're spending too much money using a third party, this is the reason why.
And it's cheap, it's less expensive to use the third party, and it's more secure, so. Did you have anything?
And the other thing, the town is finally using lock boxes and things that have been around for a long time that were very difficult to implement years ago. And that's made this process way more efficient, the whole collection process.
All right, so thank you. Is there anyone else from the audit committee here in the audience?
Not tonight, no. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry.
Evan, is there anything you wanted to add, being a member of the audit committee? No, he's good, okay. Okay, all right, any parting words, Tony?
Yeah, hats off to, what's the gentleman's name? I think I read about him when they just landed a rocket on the moon. And he was part of the Apollo 1960s.
John Miller.
John Miller.
John Miller, yeah.
John Miller, hats off to him. He started this whole process back about 15 years ago, and it's worked really well, and hopefully he's healthy and still with us. And but I did happen to see an article when they were landing the rocket ship on the moon a few months ago, and he was part of that whole process.
Yeah,
so great job.
I was very fortunate to serve on the finance committee with John Miller, as did you.
Mhm.
Yeah, yep. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I kept you waiting there, but I appreciate your time.
No worries. Thank you, and have a great night.
Good night, Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. So now, as I said I would, let's take up 7M. So 7M is a request to approve the notice of intent application for the Barrier Beach Management Plan. And I know I had trouble opening the file.
It is probably the largest document I've ever completed. It's like 900 pages, so.
Oh, with attachments.
I'm a little thorough.
So this is really a long time coming. This is a project that we started 3 years ago, I think it was, when there were some significant storms that battered East Beach as well as some of the other barrier beaches in town. And there were some management practices that I think we needed to have spelled out a little bit better. And that's part of what we're trying to do here with this beach management plan and the notice of intent. So what we have been doing over the last 3 years, we've had many different public meetings, we've been tabling at different events around town, been at the farmers market, trying to work with all of the different stakeholder groups in these areas. So there's conflicting areas where there's, you know, a need to try to elevate the town's recreation economy. That's very important. But then there are also, you know, needs from the natural environment and different permitting agencies that we have to find some compromise with too. So that's what we've undertaken over the last couple of years. It's culminated into this 600-page notice of intent. A lot of that is the supporting documentation that has gone into creating this plan, the public feedback, the various presentations, infographics, all kinds of things that have been created over the last 2 years. And Justine, do you want to talk a little bit about what has been updated in the plan since we were last at the select board? I believe it was last month.
Yes. So there's been a few changes, one of which was the overwash policy, which was changed and modified. We spoke with that with you the last time we were here. So since the last time we were here, we pulled together the full document so that you were able to fully view it. One thing I want to note is that we're here for the notice of intent application. The Barrier Beach Management Plan is actually an appendice to that NOI filing. So we're not seeking to finalize or finally approve the beach management plan. We're seeking to take the notice of intent application to the Concom, which is a separate public process. Because the beach management plan includes items that have activities within the wetland area, we need to bring those management practices to the Conservation Commission. This includes if there was any seaweed that washes up on the beach, the overwash policy, which is manipulating material within the roadway, et cetera. This doesn't include items which are town bylaw items. So the notice of intent application lists out those specific items, and the hope is that we can then take it to that public process, and then the notice of intent is reviewed by Mass DEP and Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program to make sure it's consistent with their rules and regulations. We would incorporate any of their feedback into the plan as well as any conditions that come from the Conservation Commission, and then we would come back to you again to finalize the beach management plan. So we're not seeking to finalize the beach management plan today. It's really looking at those specific items within the NOI and how those practices are being taken under the Wetlands Protection Act and under the Endangered Species Act.
Will there be an opportunity or more opportunities for public input in that next phase of the process?
100%. So the Conservation Commission hearings are an open public process. I already had a member of the public tonight ask, hey, can you send me those dates for when you're on the Concom hearings? And I told her I would. So we will make that available and well-known when we're going to those Conservation Commission hearings so that the public has an opportunity at that point as well.
Good.
Chris?
I mean, I've talked substantially with the residents of East Beach, and they still feel like they have not had substantial levels of input on the beach barrier management plan. Kind of where I left it with them was they were hoping that I make a motion to table the request to approve the notice of intent until the end of August.
I'd like to respond to that. I do believe one of the appendices is a public outreach memo in which I outline all of the public engagement events that we held. Specifically to memory, there was at least 3 or 4 that we reached out to the East Beach Association, specifically looked to speak to them, held in-person meetings, virtual meetings. We had a public draft available in January. We let them know about that public draft. We also reached out specifically to let them know we had another draft available, provided time to review that as well. So there has been a significant amount of engagement. working to make sure that we incorporate their feedback, and their feedback was incorporated into this draft, and their public comment was also incorporated into the appendices as well.
So to lead by example, one area where we did make a significant change was that the initial approach to managing overwash on East Beach was going to follow the advice of coastal zone, or the preferences, I guess, of coastal zone management, which is to return it to a more natural state and allow the overwash to migrate to the, I may use some of the incorrect terms, so bear with
Okay.
me, but allow it to wash over to the other side of the beach on the north side. And, you know, folks came out to meetings and they were like, this is too far. You know, we need to be able to retain some of this material, and the town really ought to be pushing it to the south side of the road. And so we're trying to find some balance here. So we're receiving state funding for some of this, and we're trying to find an area of agreement where folks in the town can be comfortable with the town's policy, but the state is also comfortable with their policies. And so the compromise that we came up with was along all of the private property, that material gets pushed from the road layout to the south side of the road. And then on the town's property, we'll allow it to be split from the center. That's kind of the compromise that we're trying to achieve between these various stakeholder groups. But yeah, I mean, we understand the financial impact that having the material shipped out to your property and put down, and if it gets washed over the other side of the street, like that has an impact. And we heard that, and we changed that in the plan. And I also think that there's value in going through this process and making sure that has a formalized process that DEP has approved, and therefore that becomes the town's policy.
Can you talk a little bit, just clarify, what's the specific action that you're looking for us to take tonight?
We would like to take the notice of intent application to the Conservation Commission.
And then what happens? So this is our approval to send it to the commission.
Yes.
The very lengthy appendix here that has all this stuff in it. So this is an appendix to that.
Yes.
Does it commit the town to future action?
Since we're taking the activities that are under the NOI, those ones that would be filed with Mass DEP, those would be in the order of conditions permit, which enable you to do the work. So that's a really important piece, is that Mass DEP needs to review that policy to make sure it's in line with their guidance. So yes, it would filter into the permit. There could still be modifications within the plan document if there were small details, but not for the activities that are in the NOI filing, because those would be in the permit application.
Thank you.
So I have a question on that. So the select board already had a process in place with the material and where it would have gone.
Mhm.
It was obviously being transferred back to obviously the ocean side. And you say you obviously made concessions to include this into this plan, but if we didn't even move forward with this plan, our procedure would still be in place, correct?
The interim policy still stands in place.
Okay.
I will note that this is a small modification to the interim policy in that we're really only suggesting a change to the interim policy along the eastern section of the roadway where the public land is on either side. So the interim policy along the private section of roadway is very similar to how it was. The only thing that we added to that was that if material washes onto the northern properties, they shouldn't move that off of the northern properties to the south as well. Really, only the material within the roadway layout should be manipulated.
I know that the Commonwealth or the state's, stance on a lot of these coastal properties is they don't want any more further building. They want managed retreat. This plan, is that working in conjunction with anything that they would be looking for? I mean, I've read articles where they've done, managed retreat and purchased parcels in the Cape, and it was a 3 or 4 year process, and it didn't actually pan out to work very well. I mean, you have property owners on East Beach where, let's say you have 30, 40 property owners down there. Is this going to impact or go along with what a lot of the state is pushing and with respect to coastal communities?
I would say that this, when we look at the overwash policy, I feel like that's what we're all talking about. We're really just talking about how we're manipulating material within a roadway layout to enable safe access along the road. So when we talk about manipulating the material, it's not retreat. I think a lot of the discussions and originally the splitting of material was really thinking about the integrity of the barrier itself. So one of the things that we're worried about here on East Beach is not the managed retreat aspect. I mean, the barrier is trying to move. It's trying to move to the north. That's a natural process of what the barrier wants to do. We're trying to say there are really low elevations along certain sections of this roadway, and when you enable material to migrate to the north, you're also building up the elevation of the northern side, which faces its own vulnerability from the let. So it's really important. I know that we're talking about maintaining sediment within the system. We're still manipulating it. I know it's a lot. It's very confusing. It's very complex. And I understand and respect we have a lot of passionate people here. And I will just say that we're just talking about how do we best maintain the material within the existing system. And so some of the practices, such as pushing the material further onto the beach, et cetera, can sometimes accelerate erosion because we're giving basically the material back to the sea. So this policy really, when we look at the focus of it, was to try to add more transparency on who was doing certain activities, who was being called, who's reviewed the policy in terms of Mass DEP and natural heritage, since this is a sensitive habitat as well, and really having an order of operations in terms of part of the planning process was also talking to all the departments, explaining to the highway department why certain activities should be done, where material should be moved. If you're going to stockpile location material, what type of material should you stockpile? So this planning effort wasn't to do, it's really mostly just to add transparency. And the reason the document is so long is that each one of those appendices is supposed to serve as a repository of information. For example, one of the appendices is sediment characterization. That's really supposed to be a source of information. So that if someone from the public wanted to know, hey, what sediment am I supposed to get for my property? We already have sediment curves that someone could use to understand what type of sediment they should get based on where their property is, because we collected sediment samples along the entirety of the study area. So the reason it's so long is because we wanted it to be a repository of information that not only the town could use, but the public could utilize as well.
One of the ideas that Mr. Mundy just floated was the idea of waiting and making a decision at a later point. Can you talk about, is there time frame implications here?
There is a time frame application. So right now, we are working off of a grant funding stream that is going to expire on June 30th. There are no extensions with this program. So if there are deliverables that we're not able to achieve as a part of this process, there could be costs that the town would then have to bear because the grant funds haven't been expended.
So and what are the implications of not having a barrier management plan? Right? What if we just drop the whole thing altogether? What's the implications of that?
The implications for not having the barrier beach management plan?
I'm not suggesting that, I'm just asking.
Right, I think there are a couple different levels to it. The town is not going to necessarily have this more defined process that we're going to adopt as a community to say this is the path forward. And then there's also, as I said, there could be some financial repercussions of things that we have made the assumption that we would end up with particular deliverables in our grant application. But if the town doesn't follow through, we would have to work that out with the funder. And that's something that we have been discussing with them, kind of some of those what-if questions.
I would add a third leg to that stool in that these grant funds are extremely competitive. The state only gave out, I want to say it was 13, it might have been less last year. So the fact that Westport received one of these grants is a really unique opportunity, and they invested in this planning effort, and I think it would potentially, this is just me speaking, Justine Rooney, not anyone else's opinion, it could damage future grant requests, in my perspective.
Go ahead, Rick.
So, first off, how much are the grant funds and what are they paying for? And I just want to make sure that I'm accurate when I heard that June 30th is in 8 days, those grants expire. And what is the trigger for the expiration of those grants?
What do you mean, the trigger for the expiration of the?
So I'm assuming that you've got, basically like hurdles and check marks along the way in the grants. So you're saying that there's a June 30th trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Is the June 30th trigger the approving the notice of intent for the beach management plan?
I don't know if I'm answering trigger correctly, but the deliverable would be a signature from the select board to file the notice of intent. We would be able to use that as our final deliverable for the grant.
Exactly. That's something that some of those conversations that we've had with Coastal Zone Management, who is the funder, is that due to delays in some of our planning processes with the Barrier Beach Management Plan, the end deliverable could be a signature, as Justine had said, on the notice of intent to take that to the Conservation Commission after the grant period expires.
And how much money are we talking about here?
This grant was $76,000.
And what did the grant pay for?
The grant paid for public engagement, paid for the production of this entire 600-page document. We also received funding from Coastal Zone Management a year ago to develop some it was nearshore analysis and some sediment replenishment analysis in these areas.
There was some geological analysis.
Yeah, the four tasks of this year were the public engagement, project management, the finalization of the beach management plan, and the NOI in order of conditions. Part of that also included filing fees. We need to file filing fees with Natural Heritage to review the permit application. So all of those were components.
And did I understand that correctly, that that after June 30th, if we were to delay after June 30th, then we no longer have a funding source to pay for any updates that would have to be made? So if we had like hearing or something to get to a better notice of intent or a different notice of intent, we wouldn't have funding to support that.
That's correct. I mean, the town could always continue on with the work that we've developed here. It just would not have, you'd have to find a different funding source.
Good. Did you have more?
I just don't like any of it. I don't like the fact that we have 8 days left. Like we're kind of.
Well, they've been before us multiple times.
I understand that.
You know,
I understand.
it's not
I
the
understand.
first hearing.
Like,
And I will note that the first public draft was published in January. I would say that the majority of changes that came from the public review period were about that overwash policy that we've also been before you to discuss again. So, you know, we have been reviewing this draft since January. There's been multiple efforts to come to the select board, to talk, to present. We've made ourselves available for email requests and comments, and we have responded to those comments.
Yeah.
Just one more question. I probably should know this, but we do get paid, but maybe not enough to go through 600 pages. You spoke about, I know in the previous ones, with the Nubble and Beach Ave, so since that is a town property, you're going to split that material on that, or how is that going to work?
Along the Nubble, yes. Split of the material to the north and south.
So since that is a town road and the town road layout, that means probably the town road will be shifting northerly as you split that material, as you lose material from the south and go to the north. It's probably going to impact the town layout.
Right now, it would be maintaining the status quo. So if the material can't be piled in the edge of the roadway layout, the material then, per the NOI, can be taken onto the beach and can be put onto the foredune.
Okay.
So it can be replenished on the dune, because we don't want to be putting the sand over the vegetation.
Okay.
Technically, if the highway department is going out and doing that, they actually are out of compliance with the Wetland Protection Act if you don't have an order of conditions to do the work. So really, what this notice of intent seeks to do is permit activities you've already been doing. So you don't have a permit to do the activities as you've been doing them, and this would have a permit associated with that work. I guess I would be curious if we paused and put a pin in it to delay, what we would be looking to change about the notice of intent application.
I know it's a little out of order, but I almost I want to open it up to public comment and then loop back around to talking to you guys again, because there might be a piece here I'm missing.
We'll see if the board first.
Yeah.
The only other question I have on that is, you said you were moving sand back to the dune on the south, or you're splitting it and depending on the sediment where it goes?
Splitting it, we also did get a letter from the land trust that if there's too much material that we can't place it there, we could also place material on the land trust property, knowing that we want to also maintain consistency across the dunes. So it'd be retaining it within the system and potentially putting some on the north and south. But again, if that's already been an activity that has been being done, there's no signed agreement to that. So it's been done.
And the policy also provides the conservation agent and the highway surveyor some discretion as to where to place the material in significant overwash situations. So that, like you were saying, if there were material that had to be moved to the land trust property, that's something that Chris Capone, the conservation agent, would have to have oversight of as the agent for the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Anything else from the board? So I'm going to allow public comment, but I just want to recognize it's kind of late. So I'm welcome public comment, but if you can be brief, or if you have a representative.
Hi, Richard Millard. Okay.
Turn them,
Okay.
yeah, she's got a camera.
Yeah, Richard Millard, 122 East Beach, and also a house owner since 2000 in Westport. I probably have the lowest property right now on the south side of East Beach. And that's because on January 13th of 2024, the town removed cobble that had come off my property onto the road. And you can now see it piled up down by the S curve near the town beach. And so my question for today is, does signing the notice of intent bind the select board to the current policy for cobble removal, or is that a separate event? So that's kind of my first question.
I'll note that the plan specifically addresses that concern because that came up quite a bit. And it references that materials should try to be kept as close to the source location as possible and not move to other locations along the roadway. So the policy within the notice of intent application adds more detail to make sure that it's not being taken from that location and being used in a different spot.
So I'm an accountant, and I get that accounting most people think is black and white, but there's a lot of gray areas. But when I hear the words should and try in the answer, I hear, well, Richard, we're not really going to do what you want. We're going to move the stuff wherever we feel like it. That's how I hear it. That doesn't mean that's what you said, but I would prefer it to be very clear that the policy is we're going to remove what people call overwash or cobble back onto the property that it most likely came from, which is within 10 feet of where the rocks are. And the other piece I would emphasize for the board, the select board, is that one of the things every owner south of East Beach Road is doing on behalf of the town is protecting that road so that emergency vehicles and other people using that road still have a road there. And so if the beach migrates to the north side, there will be no road owned by the town. And so that's where I feel like there's a mutual effort, hopefully, to maintain those properties and as they protect the road. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mr. Kurt?
Good evening. I have 2 pages, but I'm going to condense it as quickly as I can, okay? Good evening, members of the Board of Selectmen. We're here to share our concerns regarding the Barrier Beach Management Plan as it states today. There have been concessions, and I appreciate those concessions with the wording of moving the material to the south side of the beach to the best of the ability where the private property is. My concern is we're trying to satisfy a regulation by the state, and in the town-owned areas, we're going to sacrifice them. The policy itself does not have the entire East Beach area in mind. We're trying to satisfy a regulation in the EPA Wetlands Act, but yet we're going to sacrifice the beach in order to do it. The town itself has monetary implications, the road, recreation, economic, and in some cases, tax revenue. So if you lose that road, you're going to have more on your hands to pay for than a $70,000 grant. You know, there's more into this policy than meets the eye. You know, there are other things that we were concerned about. I feel as though it's a bad policy for the town of Westport, as well as East Beach Road. The idea was to preserve this area for future generations, as the climate resiliency study recommended. And that seems to have been lost in this. Again, I want to work together with everyone involved, but I think this policy falls short of what we're looking for, and I think we can do better. And I'm going to yield some time to Tony.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tony Vivenzio. I live on East Beach Road. I grew up down there. I've been down there about 50 years. I met my wife down there. My kids are growing up down there. But I'd like to demonstrate to the board very quickly what our concerns are and what our asks are. I have two asks for the board. All right, so this is East Beach Road. Do you mind if I just move this a little bit? Okay, this is very high-tech. This is the ocean.
You don't usually get visuals.
Yeah, so this was inspired by the Corps of Engineers that built a scale model of the South Coast following one of the hurricanes to understand wave dynamics and how they could protect the coast. Here's our cobble. Okay. Okay. All right, so the select board created a policy 2 years ago. Under that policy, material washed from the beach onto East Beach Road by storm. Under that policy, that material gets put back on the beach where it came from. Okay? So we're imagining a storm that pushed the material here, and then under the select board policy on this side, that material gets put back onto the beach. Now, the draft document for the beach management plan for publicly owned sections of the road splits the material on the road. Basically, so what's on the north side of the road gets pushed to the north side,
Nope, it does not.
and what's
I
on the
thought
south
that's
side
what
of the
you-
road gets pushed
let's
to the
let him-
south side. This is for the publicly owned sections of the road.
Okay.
Publicly owned. My
I think you mean the public, the road is a public road, but I think you mean the public,
Okay,
the
publicly
public.
owned frontage.
Yes, there you go.
Publicly owned frontage, okay? So that's the first storm, so we have now split the material, okay? Second storm comes, pushes the remaining material onto the road, okay? According to the policy, we again split the material, and half gets put on the landward side, and half gets put on the ocean side. So we are mathematically depleting the material every storm. Third storm comes. The material washes onto the road, and again, we split the material. Half goes to the landward side, and only half goes to the ocean side. So in a succession of 3 storms, we reduced the protective material on the ocean side down to 1/8 of its original, based on the material that's washed onto the street, okay? So this exposes the road to more storm impacts, more damage, okay? Now I want you to think about this. Which plan do you think, the select board plan or this proposed beach management plan, better protects the public infrastructure, the road and the utility lines?
I'm going to let you respond to that, is what, if you want to clarify anything, what he just said.
I would say that it's a really complicated situation. I feel passionately that we have worked for a good amount of time with the state geologist, reviewing barrier beach dynamics and recommendations from state guidance, and this policy was developed with that guidance in mind.
Thank you.
So I have a further comment, two comments, actually. The two comments I have is I've learned in life to always ask questions and learn as much as you can, but I've also learned to use my common sense and not let other people think for me. Right? So when I see something that is obvious, like this, I question it, and my concern is that the public infrastructure is going to be at more risk with this plan. The state's barrier beach management guideline document allows for beach nourishment and allows for material to be put back on the dune where it came from. So this is allowable based on my reading of that document, which I quoted. We have very extensive feedback that we provided here. As part of this plan, I spent hours with the principal author of this plan going through presentations and graphs and so on. And some of those discussions, he agreed with me because this is just common sense. That's my opinion. The question I would ask is, how much did it cost last time East Beach Road was damaged to relocate that road and repave it?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, the study alone was $200,000, right? There's probably well over $500,000, maybe $750,000 for that job.
I want to just clarify that we're talking about two different planning efforts. The plan and principal author that he's speaking to is my colleague Connor. That was the feasibility assessment, which looked at various alternatives for beach nourishment. This Barrier Beach planning document is a separate entity, and I just want to clarify that point.
Thank you. Did you have some?
So, to Tony's point, and good visual, actually, as the accountant stated before, the consistency of the policy. So obviously, we now have two different policies, one for public, one for private landowners. And you've made those concessions for the private landowners, obviously, based upon, their engagement. But by doing this, how are we not weakening the two endpoints of East Beach by adopting that policy, thus opening up the door for more destruction of the private landowners from, obviously, the east and west of East Beach? Because
It's only along the eastern section, which is one of the thicker portions of the barrier itself. It is allowing the material to migrate to the north. That is the natural movement of the barrier. I understand that we have private property and a lot of competing interests. I understand all of the points about, the nourishment on the south side of the road, all of those pieces. This policy, again, was developed with the state geologist on how these barrier beaches are meant to roll over themselves and migrate.
Because, sorry, Madam Chair, the three storms we're referencing back in 2024, they're all southeast. They all blew southeast and came straight up the road where you would be weakening kind of that end of East Beach. The west end, I guess, if we're talking about that, is technically somewhat protected by Gooseberry. So it's almost like a barrier, which probably should be impacting in front of the rest of East Beach. But I think I'm just concerned now, just thinking about it from a consistency standpoint, if you weaken and make that the weakest point in the three storms that caused the most damage that everyone in town is complaining about with respect to the cost to the town of clearing that infrastructure, is all southeast storms. Nor'easters do not impact East Beach. It basically has a tendency to blow obviously the waves the other direction. It's the southeasterly storms that cause the biggest issues. And I'm not a geologist, but I'm pretty much from a real world experience see this on a day-to-day basis of what happens with the cobble and various things, both on Horseneck and on East Beach. So that is kind of where my concern is with the plan, is weakening what should be a strengthened structure on the end, which will then impact the private property owners.
I don't know that I would say that the barrier is being weakened.
Intuitively, what he just showed you makes sense, right? Because intuitively, you think that the cobble is protecting you. But when I talk to the geologists, and I'm not a geologist, right? But when I talked to the geologists when they were presenting this, they made a really, and I couldn't begin to describe it, but they made a really good case about how this actually strengthens your ability to preserve the beach because of the slope, I guess it is?
Yes.
So the sand or the buildup that's happening under the waves is being impacted, right? So you think that hitting a barrier is going to stop it, but hitting a barrier weakens it because it
Creates scour.
Creates, yeah.
Yeah.
Scour, that's the word. So there's scour, right? So
Got it,
while it
Shanna.
seems intuitive that a blocker there is going to stop it, is not necessarily true because, I'm going to let you respond, but because I just want to say this, you can't necessarily look at like a visual like this and say, oh, well, it's common sense, when we've had months and months and like years probably of people telling us that that's really not the way you want to go. So I'm going to let you respond.
Yeah, so first of all, this material, right, the town, when they clear the road, just puts it on the setback. But the property owners will take that and basically create it with more natural slope, right? So it's, they're not creating a wall.
I'm not at
It's
all
back
opposed to
more
that
natural-
happening
but
right
that
there,
goes
yeah.
back to your slope issue, right?
Yeah.
That the idea is for this to be put back to a more natural slope. So when waves impact the shore, right, along the 100-foot section, if we look at that January, 13-foot heavily built waves, that's about 27 to 60,000 pounds of force along the 100-foot section of the beach. Okay, that's extremely damaging, but the beach is in a very elastic system and absorbs that energy. The damage occurs once it gets overwashed and breached, and that's when you get the waves across the road, property damage, damage to the road, right? So then the question is, are there things that we can do to protect the road? Because what we're getting with this study is a study that went through a very heavy ideological filter that says, basically, we have to let the beach do what it wants to, and we're gonna just retreat, right? Now, Westport is the coastal agricultural resource community, right? So would we manage our agriculture with the same mindset that's being proposed to manage our coastal resource, right? Would we say, well, gee, that field is gonna grow weeds and bushes and trees and, we must let nature do what it wants, therefore we're not gonna cultivate it and maintain it and have crops. We would never take that course of action. But yet that seems to be the heavy ideological thread that runs through the document that we have, right? And I guess what I'm saying is we can use, means of protecting the beach and protecting the public infrastructure as opposed to letting it, basically turning our properties into the sacrifice zone, removing the protective material to the other side of the street and letting the road be damaged because there's less material protecting it from the storm, right? You're gonna have waves overwashing the road more and more often as you have less and less protective material, and that berm, the dune that is there is going to be overtopped, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Dave Reposer again. Years ago, I'm 70 years old already, I don't know how many years, but we always maintained that beach with a grader and a bunch of boulders. What you did is you had the boulders up on the seaside where it would slam against them boulders and throw some of the material over them boulders, but the rest would fall back into the ocean, and they would use that material, and we always had a road. We never had it tarred, and it was always a very nice road at that time. But that's the way we were able to save it, and it just depends on where you put them, where we can regain the property that we need with them boulders. That's what we did for many years.
Thank you. Rick?
Michael, I know I put you in a tough spot asking this question, but assuming you were removed from your current job with all the knowledge you have now, and you owned that piece of private property that was closest to the publicly owned land, and you had total control of what the policy would look like, what would you do?
What would I do in that situation?
You owned that property and you had total control of the policy.
I probably wouldn't buy property in that location, not to be flippant or anything, but, I mean, I get it. And I think one of the things that I said from the onset of this conversation is that we're trying to find compromise between competing interests. I really do understand that every time there's a significant overwash event, that hurts. And when the road gets washed out and, there's talk about retreating from the roadway, like that is hurtful because there are folks who have been living here or spending time there for a very long time. It's tough because we're trying to find a balance between what the state's regulatory expectations are and what the community's expectations are. This is a compromise that we wanted to move forward with because we thought that from the guidance that we've received from Coastal Zone Management, that this could be a compromise that the regulatory agencies would consider, because we're using a two-tiered approach where we're not going to do their recommended best practice in one place, but we will in the other place. So that's why, I don't think it's as simple as what would I do in this situation. It's very complicated.
Well, you answered
If
half
we-
the question already, but you did a good job with it too, when you said you're not following best practices, but you're trying to meet somewhere in the middle to allow the regulatory guidance to create a plan that passes Massachusetts laws and regulations.
Yes.
And if you were a property owner adjacent to public lands, do you think that does enough to protect your property while being able to not get in trouble with the state of Massachusetts for violating?
Well, what are the implications of getting in trouble with the state of Massachusetts? So if we don't approve a plan, right, and we don't have one in place, then what happens?
I want to lean on our coastal planner here, Dean, because
It's complicated to answer. I mean, I think there could be enforcement orders. I think an important piece is also your relationship with Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program and trying to be good stewards of the habitat. They approve all permits that happen down in these areas, and that's a really important piece of this process. I'm here to just help write the plan, help take CZM's information, help take feedback from all of the various departments. I'm not trying to force something upon you. I feel that this plan was developed in partnership, like some of the issues that the public are raising. We went bullet by bullet, word by word, working with the highway department and other departments to try to add details about some of your concerns. Really, the movement of cobble from one end of the beach to another. Thinking about how do you have language to speak to the intentionality of how this material is placed? Because we know it's confusing. The rocks aren't painted. We won't be able to tell where they came from a specific spot. But we also hear you that, this is confusing. There's a lot here. Really, the biggest change is just along that eastern section of roadway where the road has also already been retreated. I would say that the majority of the rest of the items stand as the public version that has been made available, and I have not received feedback about specific words, bullets, or language that people have an issue with, besides just having an issue with it in general.
I will say that there would be risks to future funding through various coastal zone management or either through the Department of Ecological Restoration or other types of grant funding. If you're receiving these, there's kind of a touch and go, I think, where if you're trying to work within those confines and also, push for what the local community wants, I think that's one thing. I think to just drop it all together, it may not be a great look from a funder's perspective because they've put in 2 years of resources into this. So, there is a potential risk there in terms of future funding.
So my opinion on this is we're not going to get a better, different plan if we wait a couple of months. So for me, it's you approve it or you abandon it, right? I don't think that we've spent years working on this. There've been hearings, so we don't have to approve it. I'm in favor of it because I think there's another risk to the town if we don't do it. I think if we don't do it, I think like, you weren't able to articulate it, but there's other stakeholders, the property owners are absolutely an important stakeholders, but they're not the only stakeholder involved. And so I worry if we delay it, like you had mentioned earlier, it's the same as saying, no, we're not gonna do it. And that's fine, but I don't feel like I feel like I worry about not being protected from these are confusing agencies to deal with. It's complicated. You know more about this than I do, but like all of the different agencies that are involved down there, it's just a rat's nest of trying to understand. So I really worry about if we don't have something that says, hey, this is our policy, this is what we're going to do, I worry about what else might happen.
And
is my concern.
We are just asking to be sent to the Conservation Commission. We're asking for that stage, which is, again, another public process where more input could be given, one sentence could be modified or changed. So there's still some room for modification within this document.
Did you?
So this will probably be one of the more difficult votes I'll probably take here, because as the chair knows, I don't like losing local control to the state on anything. I've talked about bridges, I've talked about rotaries, I've talked about everything. You lose local control and it's a mess. But I think there's got to be an understanding that without moving forward, you are putting yourself in a situation as private property owners where the state can make your life miserable. We see that in a lot of instances. So I'm wrestling with it. I don't want to lose that local control, but at the same time, the private property owners, you're still getting your material back. We're only dealing with the public side. So I mean, I don't like the state. Everyone knows that. And I don't like them coming into and telling you how to run your private property and try to run your private business. But there's implications if this doesn't go forward, and it may be in a worst case scenario for private property owners. I'm just laying that out there for you guys now.
So we've been talking for 25 minutes. I'm going to let you talk for another 5 minutes, and then we're going to stop comment. So if there's anyone who hasn't made a comment that wants to make a comment, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the asks that I have were clear in that I'm not asking that the document be abandoned. I'm asking that the road clearing policy that was passed by the select board 2 years ago be substituted as the road clearing for the plan documentation in the road clearing section. So we maintain the road clearing policy that the board has already passed, that we've used successful for 2 years, and that better protects the road. So that's one ask. Okay, so that's pretty clear, so we can proceed with the document with that change, point change, right? The second ask, maybe it's outside the scope of the document, but the second ask is, when we surveyed the East Beach members as part of the MVP study, the overwhelming majority of the people wanted to vote for a policy of preservation for future generations, not abandonment and retreat. Right? So we have a survey of that. Then the Climate Resiliency Committee also passed that motion to preserve East Beach for future generations. And one of the asks, because I have very specific feedback on this document, including quoting all the state's guidance, which allows for beach nourishment, allows for material to be put back, right, and overtopping dunes for property protection. And that's what we're talking about here, is property protection. So the long-term ask is to look at, preserving East Beach for future generation and have an actionable, fundable plan for beach nourishment, particularly along the public sections of the road, right? So we as private property owners will try to step up and maintain our sections. But the town has spent almost no money on beach nourishment, right? And those are the two sections that are at most risk because the ocean is pinching in, okay? But in any case, so I have that 1 point ask to basically adjust that piece to better protect the public infrastructure.
Thank you. Mr. Kurt?
As I'm standing here listening to everything, my memory goes back to August 19th of last year. And if all of you recall, we had a hurricane skirt the coast. And many of us were in the road, moving material, asking for help from the highway department again, with the support of a select board member, in order to try and protect our property and the town's road infrastructure itself. Side by side, we're partners in this. Many of us have the intention or the thought of trying to nourish, as they all have notice of intent through Conservation Commission, everyone has an order of conditions to be able to replenish that beach and help you as a town save your infrastructure as well as their private property. They're afraid to do it when they see something like this, where we can split it. I commend them for making the concession of putting it back on private property, but I think we need some sort of exacting. As Mr. Malabra said, he's one of the properties who was washed over. Where do we have the accountability? Where is it?
We have 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
Can I just ask why his idea is not something that you would at least change for 8 days? I mean, I don't understand why it's, you're just, this is the way it is. And we did bring up a lot of this information, I think it was in February, and most of it to me doesn't seem like it's changed. I just would like to know why you wouldn't consider.
Well, so I don't think that's fair. They did consider it, but can you talk about, talk about why you did not include that in the document? Why, can you tell us how it evolved so that you didn't, the reason you're not making the recommendation that they're suggesting?
Yes, I will say also, I know I'm one person sitting up here, but there is a broader group that goes into this. This isn't me just one person.
Whatever, it was 6 months.
Go ahead.
It's got an acknowledgement of it.
No, we're going to answer, she's going to let her answer the question.
Yeah, so the recommendation is that the material along that section is split. And along with that, there's also a recommendation that the town stockpile material that the highway department could then bring in to nourish the southern side of the roadway. So the state guidance speaks to allowing some of the material to migrate to the north of the barrier to follow the natural migration that the sediment wants to take, and that the best practice once you split that material is to then also bring in nourished material to the south. It's impossible post-storm to rearrange it to exactly how it was, to preserve it to exactly how it was the day before the storm, but these practices speak to allowing the beach to be more resilient and to allow it to continue to build an elevation upwards, which is also an important factor.
And I do want to say too that the people who want it all to go to the north are not here in the room, right? The people who have told us that you should let all of it go north as fast and as quickly as you want, they're not in the room, but they were certainly discussing it and they proposed that, right? That's what they proposed. So I actually think that there's been quite a bit of compromise, but I appreciate that it's not all of the compromise that the neighbors are looking for. So I'm going to cut up. We've had a public comment for over half an hour, so I'm going to cut off public comment at this point. But certainly, we're still the board. Go ahead.
You talked about the nourishment materials to the south side of the publicly owned property after the storm event. What amount of material are you looking at there? Is it the same amount as been lost to the north end? Is it the same type of material?
I don't know that you could technically quantify like how much was lost to the south, but it would be looking at having some sort of stockpile of cobble so that if there was vulnerability to the edge of the roadway, having something that you could put to the south of the roadway to help add more material to the south. So really the practice, as we've talked about, and the residents have already had a history of doing that, is really that you're trying to work with what you have there post-storm, but that we're dealing with a sediment-starved beach, and the practice has to, if you want to preserve the roadway in place, it's going to need to continue. It's not going to be the splitting of the material. That's not going to make the difference in maintaining this road where it is. It's always going to involve bringing in some outside source of nourishment to keep that roadway in place. So I feel like we talk a lot about the splitting of the material like it's the most important piece, and I am so respectful of that. There's a cost and everything else associated with that. It's really that, unfortunately, we're dealing with whatever we have left, and I understand why the residents are passionate about maintaining that along the public section. It's really the town working with the state guidance to do the state guidance, which is split the material, bring in material from off-site to use that to shore up the roadway. I believe personally that the plan works to try to maintain the roadway in place. It works to try to balance those competing interests. And I understand that it might not feel that way instinctively, but again, really, it has been like a month-over-month process of talking, discussing with all the stakeholders. And this process would still have more review from more stakeholders who haven't really even had a chance to review this policy yet, which are Mass DEP and Natural Heritage.
Two more questions. So like you go to the Westport Historical Society, and they have an excellent photos of East Beach over the years from the 30s to present with GIS map overlays showing the retreat of that shoreline. With the nourishment materials going in place on the publicly owned land, would you still expect managed retreat even with that material being added?
I would say nourishment seeks to maintain the status quo. It seeks to maintain the road in place, It doesn't seek to do retreat. When you're bringing in nourishment, you're trying to add material. So that's not managed retreat. I would also encourage you within the notice of intent application, beyond just shoreline retreat imagery, to look at the imagery of the elevation profile of the road. The northern side of this roadway is incredibly low as well, and there is an incoming threat in terms of mean high water flooding from the northern side of the Let. So I understand where everyone's coming from, and I don't think today is going to change that, but thinking about also the water coming in from the Let is going to be an increasing factor in the future. But this plan seeks to just add more detail to who's doing what and who's responsible for each activity.
Rick, did you have another question?
I just, I guess, so to reiterate what you said, with material nourishment, according to the plan, if the plan is exercised correctly, you should not have managed retreat, you should not have property loss continuation.
I don't think that I can promise that the plan does that.
I'm not saying promises being
But
stood.
the notice of intent seeks to permit activities that you have already been doing. It's not promising to preserve the property. I just don't think it can do that. It's looking to permit specific activities within the Wetlands Protection Act.
And then my last question is it possible to change the beach barrier management plan subject to legal and regulatory permissibility to the current select board policy of road clearing? Is that possible within the construct of the beach barrier management plan?
To amend it at a future date, is that what you mean?
I mean, we're 8 days away from when you need to have something turned in, so I don't know if you can do big changes like that in 8 days, but whether to amend it in the future or to amend this current version before it gets to the Conservation Commission.
You could, in the future, revisit. Many communities actually do beach management planning on somewhat of a 5-year annual basis. The Barrier Beach Management Plan as itself is also supposed to be kind of a stamp in time of everything, kind of when you talked about your accounting and everything you've done and you have an update the next 5 years, you could speak to maybe there's significant changes within those 5 years. I'm not saying that you have to change the policy then. You could in the future change the policy again, but it doesn't mean that it has to be this forever. You would just be permitting this particular policy with Mass DEP.
Well, and I think it's possible that conservation might want us to change something, right?
Potentially, yes.
The next process that you're going to go through is, it has to go through other entities, right? And so it is possible that there might be changes from other entities.
Which is why we're not asking you to sign a final plan today, is because those other agencies have to weigh in.
And, I mean, you all could ultimately decide to do a sort of line item revision here where you ask us to make a change. And that's something that we could do that within the next couple of days. It just, it's, it may go against some of the guidance that we received from the state stakeholders, but, ultimately this is the town's plan. And if that's the direction that the town feels is right, we'll go in that direction. So it's, it's ultimately the select board's decision.
I just have one more comment, not question. And this is more, for CZM and the state. I think you can see why people are skeptical when you have the Gooseberry Causeway that's been there, and a study's conducted that says it has zero impact on Horseneck Beach. When I've spent 48 years on the beach and have seen it where it was a beautiful sand beach from basically Gooseberry to Cherry and Webb, and now you can barely walk into the water down there. So, and that was a man-made structure that the state continues to admit has no impact on the beach and what it's actually turned into. So and that's just so you know, from a Westport resident standpoint, that's what they see, that's what people kind of understand and why they would be skeptical of, moving a plan forward such as this to lose control.
Comments?
No, we've closed public comment. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I feel that for tonight, this issue that we're dealing with, which is singularly this, notice of intent application, which continues the process, is not the final word. And where I end up at the end, I don't know. I may be suggesting we do this tonight and approve this, but at the end, I may not be in favor of the plan at all, based on what is next in the process. I will keep an open mind. But I think for tonight, this is a reasonable approach for the Select Board to take at the present time, and I do not think it's harmful, and I think it still leaves open, my first question this evening was, further public comment will be available. There's still a long process here, and I think we should go forward with that to gain more information and understanding from more people.
So is that a motion?
I will make that motion.
So it's a motion to approve the notice of intent application.
Application, yes.
Is that the action that you need?
To authorize, I suppose, we need a signature to authorize.
Okay, so authorize the notice of intent for the Barrier Beach Management Plan. I will second that. Is there any discussion?
I don't know the Robert rules in regards to potentially making an amendment to his motion or
Go ahead.
asking for a change to his
You can
motion.
suggest one.
So I would agree with that. If we can change the Barrier Beach Management Plan to, if it's advisable and legally permissible, to the current Select Board policy of road clearing.
I would not agree to that.
No.
I don't find that to be a hostile idea, and it's more specific. It's maybe a little bit more confining for the town, but at this point, I would be willing to amend my motion to accommodate that, because I think it's reasonable.
But the current policy, so what you're talking about is binding to the current policy. Our current policy is moving it all to the south side.
As long as it's legal and regulatorily permissible.
All right, I do not second that then.
I understand, but
He second it?
He amended the motion.
I second it.
All right, so is there any discussion on that?
I would add that I don't know that Mass DEP I don't know what the next phase of the process would look like. The only comment I would add is that the current interim policy lacks a lot of detail that was added to this current policy. We really worked hard to incorporate the public feedback. I understand the slight modification to the eastern section of the roadway where it fronts public property on both sides. But in terms of the material being pushed, which is, I think, the focus of the interim policy, that is carried throughout this current version of the document. What is added on top of that interim policy are details about not moving it to other locations of the beach, that the conservation agent should be there, who you're supposed to call, what agency is responsible for filing additional permits. If you are to move that material to the south, you're actually still supposed to call Natural Heritage 24 hours in advance and let them know that you're doing that. So the plan details all of that information.
But that natural heritage would be between April 1st and September 15th, correct?
You have to let them know within priority habitat that you're modifying material. It's really just like a formal process of, hey, we had an emergency, we're doing X, Y, and Z. I just use it as an example to say there's more detail. The interim policy is the foundation of the overwash policy with the change along that eastern section. I'm not trying to act like that's not a change, but I would say that if we're talking about the interim policy, that is what this policy was born from. If you look at the nuts and bolts of the policy and how it evolved.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's 4 in favor and 1 absent.
I'm confused.
Thank you.
What did you?
What was the motion? You guys made the motion.
It's an amended motion.
The
amended motion.
The amended, it was the amended motion.
That included
That
Mr.
included
So we
Mr.
have to
Mundy's statement.
clarify the policy in accordance with the
All right.
select board policy.
It- So we are moving forward with the notice of intent with Mr. Mundy's, so long as it, whatever.
So long as it's legally and regulatorily permissible to change the Barrier Beach Management Plan to the current select board policy of road clearing on the publicly owned section of road.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? Would you like me, so we have multiple sections with how it relates to, so the overwash policy stands for 3 barrier beaches within the plan. I can't cut, I don't really fully know how to take the interim policy and put it into the permit application. I'd just love for you to provide me with more information. I don't know if that has to happen right in this moment.
So maybe I could just offer clarification. So the specific portion of the interim policy is the relocating the material to the south side. That's the
Correct.
main piece of the current policy. So only to the necessary changes for that piece of the current interim policy.
As a-
As I understand it,
As it relates to all 3 beaches or just East Beach?
I would refer to the board on that piece.
I think we're talking about East Beach.
I think we're talking.
It's always beach.
Okay.
East Beach specifically.
I can get you a version of that and submit it to you when I submit the notice of intent application so that you have a copy of it as well. That's great.
Quick question, can
No.
we see the notice of intent application?
So we're not taking public comment,
That's a question.
but the, yes, of course, you can see whatever you have.
I think I understand what you're asking. I just wanted to make
We've
sure.
sent you everything. Have we not sent you something, Kurt? Of course we have.
So we need
So-
your signature as well, Chris?
Yes, you can sign, and then if you can just make sure that whatever the updates they made includes what Rick's intent was there, or Dick and Rick's intent. All right, so I just want to ask you, don't congregate in the hallway and chat because it's disruptive to the meeting, but thank you for the visual. Very creative.
Hang on to those stones, Tony. Hang on to those.
I think you might have removed them from a barrier beach. Not allowed.
At least we'll.
Okay, now I know we have a lot on our agenda, and we have I think people are here for 2 things, the high school reuse and the Hicks Bridge Road update. I was just trying to get a sense of who's here for high school reuse and who's here for Hicks Bridge. All right, we're gonna take up the high school next. So this is discussion 8B. People are congregating in the hallway after I asked them not to. They're chatting. So we're going to take up 8B, the planning board request related to the high school reuse and housing. Invite- Welcome, gentlemen.
Well, thank you.
Tell us what brings you here.
Well, the old high school reuse, and we would like to give you our thoughts and a request. So I thought our meetings were long, but I think that you beat the record. And unfortunately, I think this issue is probably even harder than the one that you just completed. So with regard to the old high school, I think that we all agree that you made the right decision to, as far as I understand what you did, is to decide to keep the old high school and then try to figure out what to do with it. We believe that, and I'll let Bob talk as well, that the best way to figure out what is possible is to write a good RFP, which we can get a grant to do for use of the old high school that could contain some affordable housing or veterans housing or some housing in some way, and uses like recreation, municipal uses like office space, and COA, maybe municipal offices as well. And if you write a decent RFP, instead of going to consultants again, you'll get some real feedback on what is possible. Will people be willing to cough up some real money to do all this hard work instead of asking town meeting for the money? And with that regard, and there is an opportunity right now to get a grant to help write an RFP for reuse of municipal buildings. And Michael is on the trail of doing that, and I think that we could be writing an application for that next week. One of the real issues of how do you get good responses to the RFP is to give them a real idea of what you want, but also what are the conditions, like how much water is available. And we have a public water well or supply. We have 2 wells. One is really fairly deep and one is fairly shallow near the building. But we have no idea how much water they produce. And we could, with a very small amount of money, I think, comparatively figure that out and make that part of the RFP. That we have this amount of public water available. And if we don't have enough in those 2 wells, we have 93 acres surrounding the school. A lot of it is wet, and I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that we could find enough water there. And so the question is, because you're in charge of the old high school, will you allow the planning board to pursue an RFP? And it doesn't mean that we have to take what anybody says, but it would give us a real clue as to what is possible, what we can do with others' money instead of our money, and produce something that we're all able to utilize as a town asset. So, Bob?
Yeah, and I think it's the request is really, from my perspective, a little different, and it's to have the planning boards take on the responsibility to prepare an RFP, but it's really in partnership with, obviously, the Board of Selectmen, who are the contracting agencies for the town, and really test to build upon all the work that's been done. So we have studies upon studies, and we ended up with a report that said if we tear down half the building and spend 50, 60, whatever it was, we ended up with a recommendation that was not feasible. And the question is, well, what is feasible? And I think the answer to that question is you test it in the public market. Will someone, is there someone with money willing to make an investment in partnership with the town? And that's at the heart of the question. Is that building worth something not only for the municipal uses, but for private uses, for housing or, you know, I think it's pretty clear we don't have much of an office market here, but looking at the housing issue. And if we look at the report before, the pieces that make the most, pieces of the building that architecturally make the most sense to use for housing are the classrooms. What was the recommendation? Tear that down and use the pieces, the public pieces that others want to use. So I think the recommendation is we should go out and test whether or not, if we wrote an RFP, would someone be willing to partner with the town and put up money to manage the property, to bring it up to code, to not manage the activities in the public spaces, but to manage the building overall. And that RFP could be broader if part of our recommendations is the Council of Aging moves its activities into the high school spaces, which they want to do. Does that building become available? Is there value in that building? So to look at what we want to do and to seek an RFP of really partnership, 20-year property management lease, what are the revenues that could flow to the town? I think one of the missing ingredients, if you look at, there was a time I did a lot of site searches for technology companies, and you ask yourself some basic questions, you know. If I buy a piece of property, can I get to it? Does it have frontage? Can I actually, for the uses I want, is there access to it? If there's access, is there something to drink? If the answer to that is yeah, right, there's enough water, then is there enough wastewater? And then lastly, can I work out the uses in the zoning? That what is the water capacity of this property is unanswered. It's unanswered in the present. We know that the two wells produce very little water and would be a constraint to the reuse. But is it possible to find additional wells, additional groundwater? There's technical ways of doing that. And what we're suggesting is that perhaps through the Housing Trust Fund, as a pre-development investment, that we use money to assess the water and wastewater capacity of the property. Put that, in addition to everything else, put that into the RFP, and then with your approval to prepare an RFP with you, not the planning board's RFP, the town's RFP, to seek a property manager, redeveloper that would manage this property for 20 years or 30 years or whatever reasonable, you know, we need input into what that term is, but some long-term management of the property. And even if the lease paid zero, but we got all of the property management, we got the housing redeveloped, and we've got all of that. We've eliminated the cost of the town that's maintaining essentially an empty building. So the request is really twofold. Can the town invest some money to look at the water and wastewater capacity of the site as a critical constraint? Once we have that information, do we take the next step and prepare an RFP to see if someone really is interested in establishing what the investment value of this is to the town? So that's the reason why we're here.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, Chris, we authorized you to enter into an agreement with, I forget the name, BTG.
Brewster Thornton.
Brewster Thornton. I knew it was a B and a T. To start looking at how we do a phased approach of occupying the building. Can you tell us where we are with that effort?
Certainly. So we did, just based off of the board's last meeting, we did go back to them and modify that scope of work to be more in line with what the board was looking for. As part of their overall master plan effort, they're going to look at the short, the medium, and the long term. One of the things I think has been discussed with the board is trying to get some movement for those near-term activities, specifically with regards to senior services. You know, I know one of the other actions that the board took was to prioritize municipal use. So I know the discussion and the feedback with the board members was looking at senior services, recreation, the school administration, and some of the other existing uses that have been there over the last several years. So that agreement's been signed, and we've been working with them to get them the documentation that they need to do their full review and begin those stakeholder discussions. So that is, again, going to be on schedule, be done for September, as the board had hoped for. And the idea behind that is, coming out of that, we'll have a better idea of programmatically what the town would need in terms of space, in terms of considerations for the phasing, potential cost estimates for what that would look like, whether that be for code improvements or future building projects. It'll help us better inform what that looks like, because it's really not, to the point you mentioned earlier, it's not really a $60 million nut to crack. It's really more of like a phased incremental approach. I think as part of that, one of the comments that the board had brought up was potentially looking at housing as part of that long-term plan after we have some better information in the short term as to what does that short and medium term timeframe look like based on the town's needs. So I think that's really where it's at. We're on schedule with that work. We've been engaging with the consultants on that, and certainly when it comes to the various stakeholders, when we start meeting on the programmatic piece of it, we would be bringing people into that conversation.
So I know, the one part of it about evaluating the water and septic potential, that seems like it's valuable just in general, right? So that just seems like something we should know. So I'm not opposed to that, but I'm really concerned about, is this the right time to go? Do we have enough information to go out for an RFP?
I think you have a lot of information from all the previous
Well, I guess,
studies.
and I'm sorry, when I mean that, I mean, like, do we know the space? Like, are you assuming it's that middle part of the build? Like, if you went out for an RFP, you'd need to say how much square footage or
No,
something.
I think, I'm not,
I think we do know the physical aspects of those questions. We do know. We do know how the classroom size. We know the size of the buildings. We have plans for the buildings and all of that. So I think those parts are the easier parts. The legalities and how we structure how we could structure a potential partnership arrangement, that's a lot more nuanced, and I think we need a lot of input to that. And also, I should say, I don't have in my suggestion to the board the idea that we abandon anything we're doing now, reuse of the building for the Council of Aging, or any of that can happen now in the building as it stands now, that doesn't cost it any money. Great, keep doing it. Doesn't interfere with the RFP or anything. I'm assuming that if we want recreation activities to continue to happen at the school, we want the after-school programs to continue at the old high school, we want the Council of Aging uses to go into the high school, that's all in the RFP. We tell them that's part of the deal. and that these are the spaces that you don't get to use for revenue production. So I think the technical aspects, absent that we don't know the real water and wastewater capacity, absent that, I think we do have the other stuff that we need for an RFP. And I think the unknown, I mean, we have people in this room that do this stuff, and also, you can look around. I've lived in 2 or 3 communities that redeveloped their junior high schools and that put housing in their former high school. I mean, we know it can be done, and other people have done it, other towns have done it successfully. And there's no reason that Westport can't do it successfully if in fact there's a market for it. We don't want to, I do not suggest the town take on any kind of development activities. Municipalities are not really structured to do development work. You need a partner that can do that kind of work.
And I don't think it's a mutually exclusive thing. It's not like, if this plan doesn't work, then let's go for an RFP. The RFP could be part of the whole plan. And in the RFP, you say, we have this gym. We really want to keep using that gym. And we have this auditorium. We want to incorporate that into what we want to use it for. And maybe the kitchen, maybe there's some kind of thing for feeding veterans or something. But all those things can be part of the RFP and part of what the long-term strategy is for doing something with the building. And so the key, I think, back to what you said, Shauna, was that it's not a bad thing to find out how much water and septic capacity we could have there. And I think that we could get that, we could find out how much those wells do produce. I've been to the Board of Health, nobody knows. It's not in any of the reports that I've seen. And who knows, maybe there's enough water. And if there's not, there are companies, hydrologists, that go and tell you basically, well, you have a lot of wetlands in there. I think there's some places you could propose putting a well and find out if you can get water.
I couldn't tell if you were raising your hand or just playing with your pen.
I'm playing with my pen.
Okay. Just go ahead.
No, they were gracious enough to have me at their meeting last week, and I kind of explained
We had a good discussion, so.
how I saw things, and they explained how they saw things. And I think as long as it doesn't muddy the water, slow down the timeline, or obstruct a low-cost vision, then if they can find someone else to pay, find answers that might be good answers, I would just like the RFP to include the annex, the high school, the town hall, and the council on aging.
I think it should. If we abandon those buildings from municipal uses, they should be part of the RFP to see if there's other uses that people want to come in and use them for.
That's all we got.
Anything?
I have a lot, but
We're gonna wear you
I'm
down.
making my boy Anthony from Eversource wait a while. He's waiting for me. At this point in time, we're finally getting some traction to use this building for something. I've had meetings and discussions with a few people here in the crowd on a housing component. I don't think that housing component is probably going to be anywhere near my 3-year term. I'll probably be gone before everyone even thinks about the housing component. But what I want to, we're talking about a study there for the infrastructure. I know there's been studies done, Chris has alluded to it, and the ones that were in the past. I mean, enough water for what? What are we looking for with respect to that? Because we have to remember, as you mentioned, there's a lot of acreage there, but a lot of it's very wet around there, and you're not probably going to get anything. And then just a reminder, if we keep the building, the fields have to go with it. So nothing can be built in those fields
No, we're
either.
not talking about building anything.
Okay.
We're talking about reusing the building.
Which we discussed at the last meeting about maybe doing, segmenting it, and we've had those discussions where it could be 10 or 15 units, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's probably enough water to support that. I'm afraid to go down another road and cause what we're accomplishing, what we had, tasked Chris with moving forward with looking at getting other offices in there, and
Well,
that's,
I don't think it does anything to delay that or do anything with that process. In fact, it may be complementary. If we can come back with an RFP that hits a lot of bells and whistles that Westport wants, and people respond, then we have information to make decisions. Otherwise, we came to the select board 9 months ago. I went to the Affordable Housing Trust. They voted 100% to support an RFP that the planning board could help generate to go out and see if there's interest in affordable housing in part of that building. Not all the building, just part of the building. And they said, well, let's wait and see what happens with this other committee that
which we didn't
really
like.
come out.
We didn't like the.
Well, they didn't make a recommendation.
Right, they didn't make a good recommendation. But that was 9 months ago. And so time goes on, and you can do these things at the same time, and they don't delay each other. So, and it doesn't cost you anything. We can get a grant to do this RFP.
I feel that we had a 5-0 vote and a consensus on the select board probably for the first time in a long time to address the old high school and move forward with doing something with it. And I'm just afraid of losing that momentum and what we've tasked Chris with and how to address it. I agree. We talked about short-term, intermediate, long-term, but I mean, we start putting an RFP out with something that we don't know what that's going to include right now, right? I mean, and Chris has been tasked with that to get us something at least in September timeframe. So I don't know why we're dealing with it today, as opposed to maybe seeing what we have come back with in September and then moving forward with that.
So what I think is that we've been delaying and delaying. I mean, you're right. If we would have had this RFP out 9 months ago,
You would have had
we
an
would
answer.
have an answer. We would know, are
Right.
people interested in doing this or not, right? So I don't want to, what you're proposing is not, you're proposing that the planning board take on this effort in conjunction with us.
Yes.
I want Chris to remain focused on what we tasked him with doing already.
Right. And Jake, the RFP, what's in the RFP is not, we're not making a request to determine that tonight. But we're making 2 requests. Let's see if there's some way to evaluate the water and wastewater capacity. And I think working with the Housing Trust, we can get available money, pre-development money to look at that. So that's number one. And the second is to seek funds to prepare an RFP. So that's, and if we find the money to prepare an RFP, then you tell us what we'll do the, we have staff. That's why we're here, is we have, if we were just planning board members without a planning department, we wouldn't be here asking for work, right? We have plenty of work. So, the question is, the second part of the request is, let's find out money for preparation and RFP, and then the real work starts of what's in it, and what do we say, and how do we structure it to get some interest in someone besides the town checkbook, someone with a checkbook to come and work with us.
So you're looking for us to approve or authorize the water and septic analysis that you're going to pay for somehow, and to authorize or to support, or whatever the right word is, to support your seeking money to prepare an RFP?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
A couple of questions. What I'm hearing, if done, if successful, if we find a partner, a willing partner,
Right.
to develop that property whether it be housing or anything else, it would be at far less cost to the taxpayer than what we've been talking about. This, whether it was 70 million, or 50 million, or in my discussion, using part of the building for the 20 million, which may not pass muster anyway, but at least that was the lowest recommendation of the prior group. But that would take the burden, potentially take the burden of a debt exclusion, or at least a large debt exclusion off the taxpayers.
That would be one of the goals of the RFP is to end the cost that we're now bearing.
Yeah, because in prior discussions, we had people come up at various meetings speaking very, very eloquently about doing this, doing that, but they wouldn't tell me how much it was going to cost.
Right.
I still couldn't get away from the $70 million. This gets away from that because it's a totally different approach.
And you have an answer to the RFP. You'll know how does it benefit the town. First of all, you'll know, are there people out there that are interested in actually partnering with us? Number one. And then number two, what does it return to the town? And that's the first time we're talking about money coming in versus money always flowing out.
Madam, if I may continue, I appreciate that. Timelines on this?
I think we do the water study I think we meet with the Housing Trust again next month, and if that money's available, we go out and do the water studies August 1st or September 1st as quickly as we can.
Oh, I was thinking more of the long term. In other words, not just that part, but when you get to a point where this is going to fly.
I think light speed would be to have the RFP out on the street by the end of the year. That would be, it's that we're talking about a 6-month effort here. Get a grant, write the RFP, you get a consensus of what is in the RFP, write the RFP, have it out on the street, and then you're 60 days before you get an answer. So I think a reasonable goal, if we work hard, would be to have a new understanding or input prior to town meeting, not to have articles for town meeting, but prior to town meeting next year,
Okay.
you'd have a yes or no, there's someone interested in doing something.
Yeah, okay, that answers the question.
So, and behind us, there's 3 gentlemen here that are experienced in this type of development. John Perry, who is a planner in Boston, Ed Reese, who's in the business, and David Annis. It's been a long night. So if they wanted to say something in support of this.
So I'm just going to assume they're in support of this, and because it's late and we still have quite a bit on our agenda. So I guess from the board, do you have any other questions or things you want to hear? If you want to hear from these guys, you can.
No. I don't want to prolong this, but I mean, after we basically made a 5-0 vote to keep the building in our, or under select board control and move forward, the planning board's going out and meeting with the Massachusetts Housing Partnership. So when we made a decision to move forward and task Chris Vitale, we have another town entity kind of going off and doing their own thing. Included in this letter that you're asking for, for us to move forward on the RFP, you're asking to do more smart growth overlays for that area, obviously multi-unit housing zoning, and various other things, which in my opinion, is not on the table for right now. I understand that, and Chris has been tasked with that, and I just have a hard time understanding why this came to fruition probably less than a week after we took a vote to move forward with the building for municipal use.
So I don't think they're exclusive of each other, like what they said. I think we can still keep going on the path that we wanted to go on. We can let them go on their path that they want, and we'll have more information at the end. And, when we have our path, where we have our recommendation, that will inform the RFP, or it would amend the RFP. I mean, they can go out with an RFP, that's just information, right?
Yeah, so after speaking with the planning board, and like I said, as long as they're not muddying the water, so timeline or obstructing a low-cost option to get in there.
David.
Selfishly, what I think their vision intersects with my vision is that if you have an RFP that includes multiple town-owned properties, then a developer might come forward and say, you know what, that old high school doesn't work for me, but hey, that annex or that council on aging, that's a great place to put some housing, and then that meshes in as far as coming up with a plan for all the buildings in town. So I could see this as working out for affirming municipal use for the old high school while allowing a way forward for other buildings that we vacate moving into that building.
Anything else from the board before I go to public? Go ahead.
My view is that this is not incompatible with the motion that was passed at the last meeting, because that was to be done in pieces, with options open. At one point, I was going to vote against that because it didn't have the wording, I thought the wording was too confining, but it left open the possibility in our phased approach, we might have different decisions as to how much of the building we would use, all of it maybe, and that's fine with me, or maybe not all of it. But I voted for that because I thought that accommodated that. And I think therefore, along the same lines of reasoning, that these two ideas are not in conflict.
All right, we have public. Brief.
Okay. We've spent $400,000 just in the survey, and the survey said we should move everything over there. Now, I can understand that would be not perfect by taking over the first floor, putting all the town halls people in there. As far as your water and sewage, we don't have 2,000 people in there using it for showers, bathrooms, and everything else anymore. There's plenty of water there, plenty of storage area, just to use it as town purposes. Use it for bringing in childcare so that the this should be for the townspeople. You try to rent that out, or not rent it out, but try to bring in, move in as affordable homing, the town can't be involved in that. I don't think they can be involved in that at all. That would mean selling the building. You sell that building, it's a loss to the town. We have plenty of things we can use it for. We don't have to spend all sorts of money on it. We just need to do a little at a time, a little bit of tax money. If we need a little bit of electric, if we need our internet's hook up, we need anything on that first floor. That office, the main office, should be for tax, paying your taxes. All the elderly can walk in, don't have to walk up a flight of stairs just to go in and pay taxes. There's a lot of good things we can use it for. We already use them fields outdoors for all the children. It's not wetland because we use it for many years for sports, and that's what it's good for, is sports. And anything else that the townspeople can use it for. I think that building is a gold mine for the townspeople used in the right way.
Thank you. Gay? I don't know if Gay or David. Gay.
Yeah, Gay Gillespie. I commend you guys for your prior vote on June 1st to save the school, and we've been working, on the Affordable Housing Trust, and we had worked with the planning board, and I think submitted a letter of request to do an amendment to the contract that had left out the housing portion in the prior study. I do commend the moving the COA and activities into that building. And I know that they're very anxious to do that. They're hoping to be there in the fall. Today at our Friends of Council on Aging meeting, we recommended paying the full amount that is needed to do that if the current director does not get her grant, to get that going and move it as soon as possible. They got contractors, and I think that's exciting. It'll get people seeing that the building is being used. I agree that an RFP down the road for housing is going to be essential, but most importantly, I think if we're going to spend any money, we should do something about a water study to see what is there for water quality, water quantity, and what we do with wastewater. I know there are a lot of alternatives for wastewater, but we really don't know that I can find anywhere a study on what is our water quantity for the use that we want to do, and what is the quality of the water. Are we going to have to filter it or whatever? So I think we're all riding on the same path, but I want to keep the momentum going to get the building used in the best way we can right now. So, thank you.
Thank you.
David LaLima, Council on Aging Board. I have 2 points, I think, maybe 3. We're in concert. I think we all agree. In my original proposal, I talked about housing. I talked to you, Madam Chair, about phased development. I'm a little chagrined, quite frankly, about the planning board. Johnny come lately, as far as I'm concerned. Where you been? We've been talking about this for a long, long, long time. And now, after a 5-0 vote, you're here. I don't trust you, quite frankly. I want you to help us. You have the skill to help us, but I don't trust you. And it's based on experience, no collaboration. No talking to us, ever. Did you talk to Chris before you came aboard with this proposal? No. No collaboration. So here you want us to go forward with you. I want to. You're the planning board. You're elected. You don't answer to them. You answer to yourself. And I'm troubled by that because you don't want to collaborate. I wish you would. But now you're here. You're in the room now, okay? Offering your help, offering your perspective. John Perry and I were there 4 years ago trying to get an RFP when this all went south, okay? We wanted an RFP a long time ago because we thought that was an appropriate approach. We still think it's an appropriate approach to work on something. And it's tantalizing, isn't it? Because I know many people in this room want it funded by somebody else. I get that. And you don't trust us that we're never going to say it's not going to cost any money. We know it's going to cost money. And I think the issue is, how do we get in there? How do we get in there? And if you can help, if the planning board can help, and you're not in this diversionary tactic of going somewhere else while we've finally got 5-0 vote, and then a week later you come here with a plan that you say is in concert with ours. You didn't talk to us? You don't know what collaboration is. I know, I'm looking at you, Jim. I'm just saying.
I want to be fair to them. They did come to us.
I feel how I feel because I've been on this issue for a long, long time.
I just want to say, David, they did come to us asking for an RFP. Now, again, still kind of late in the game, but we declined, right? So
okay.
This is not the first time they've come. It is not after the 5-0 vote. They did come to us asking for us to do
Okay,
this.
well, I just want the line be understood that we want to work together. We've always wanted to work together, always. It was never isolated, ever. So I'm just saying, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Jim. Welcome aboard,
Can I
all of you.
respond a little bit?
You can respond all you want, but I'm just perplexed. Why now? That's the question.
Thank you, David.
So, in response to his question about COA, I have been over to the COA. I've spoken with, I don't know how many times, probably 30 times with Everett Mills, who goes to that and has been a big proponent of COA going into the high school. I've been over there. I've been over to the men's class, which is the one that wants to come over to the high school. And we have talked with the group that was trying to figure out what to do with the high school years ago about using housing. We participated in the open meeting at the high school, And a lot of people at that meeting talked about housing, but they wouldn't consider housing. And so I think that we were a little taken aback that the select board would make that decision last week. I didn't see the agenda, so I didn't know it was coming. I would have been here. But it is not to take any thunder from you. I'm glad that you're decided to keep the building and to do it in a phased way. But I don't think the town can use 155,000 square feet of space. And I think that housing is a real need in this town, and we're here.
I don't know who is next.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
In the end, I think a lot of it should be voted by the people. You know, and this should go to a big meeting, and the people should be involved and vote what should be done with that building in the end. Not just here and all this stuff going on here. In the end, the people should be the ones to vote on what happens to that building.
Sir.
I'm David Ennis, and so I'm a developer of affordable housing. I work in various communities. And I'd just like to say that I think the housing could be part of a mixed use at that building. It's a huge building. And I think the Council on Aging, should move. You can move forward with what the town is doing now with the consultants on bringing the Council on Aging in and other uses, including town uses. But I think the middle section, which your consultants recommended ripping down, lends itself to housing. And I think if we did the water analysis, I think a market study would be useful, just to show the need in the town for affordable. I'm thinking affordable senior housing. And there is a state agency that will front the money to pay for the RFP and help us do the RFP. I mean, it can be done using other people's money. I'd like to say one thing, though. If you do affordable housing, you're looking for a private developer to come in, and they basically use state funds. I mean, the town can retain control of the building by leasing it. They do a long-term lease. So they don't have to give up control of the site. You can keep the gym, you can keep the auditorium, space for Council on Aging. I think it's worth pursuing in terms of seeing whether there's interest.
Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the board? We have a request to authorize the water septic study and the seeking of funds for a grant for a potential RFP.
It is my view that that's a good, sensible approach and will answer a lot of questions for us. As I said earlier, it's not incompatible with the action we've taken and the path we're on. So I would make that in a motion.
Motion. So we have a motion to, we're not addressing the zoning thing, but a motion to support the water septic and the RFP, finding the RFP donor.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second? I will second that. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to add that I would agree with that motion as long as they make sure to include other town properties as well as the high school.
I think, so right now they're seeking funds for the RFP, but I absolutely agree they need to include that in the RFP. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
So we have 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now the rest of you are waiting. Go ahead.
I have one other request.
Okay.
Could you possibly take up something which I think is quick, which is the recommendation of the Infrastructure Oversight Committee, item K?
Is that going to be quick, Jake?
Bob, if you want,
Can we wait?
I can cover it. If you want to leave, I can cover it because I sit on the IOC, so it should be fine if you want. I'll take care of it.
Jake, if you'd like to do that,
I'll
that's
take
fine.
care of it. That's fine. We supported it, so we're fine.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
Thank you.
Eversource, the
He
Eversource.
He has my vote.
What? I can go to Denver?
What time? What? Can you please introduce yourself?
Yep. Hey, Madam Chair, how you doing? Anthony Valu, I'm Community Relations for Eversource. I cover southeastern Massachusetts for the company.
All right, and you know that we're here because we have quite a few unhappy residents about the road closures, the condition of the road, the work that's being done, the businesses that are being impacted after we were assured repeatedly that we would not be impacting. So can you just give us an update on what you're doing to rectify the situation?
Yeah, no, great point. To start, if I know Selectman Monday's new, so could I go back just a tiny bit to the beginning? The reason why we're here in Westport doing this work, it's part of what we call a Group 2 Distributed Energy Resource Study. So that the town, Westport is fed by 2 substations, one at Cross Road in Dartmouth, one at Fisher Road in Dartmouth, that provides all the power for the town of Westport. Between the 2 towns, there are several solar farms that are looking to interconnect to the grid. Throughout southeastern Massachusetts, there's no capacity for large-scale solar to interconnect, so we have to upgrade those 2 substations, as well as many others, and then upgrade the distribution lines that carry the energy from one place to another to allow for that interconnection. We must do that. That's part of the Department of Public Utilities. We don't really have a choice. We can't not do it. We can't pick what we can and cannot do. So part of that upgrade is, the primary one is Fisher Road. As that becomes upgraded, we have 2 circuits that now come out underground. It comes out of Fisher, takes a left onto Gidleytown in Dartmouth, crosses into Westport at Hicksbridge, continues on to Drift. That's all underground. And then from Drift south, Horseneck south is where the underground picks up with the overhead. And as people have seen, we've replaced almost 300 poles with brand new wire, switchgear, fuses, transformers, everything's brand new. That's sort of the big picture why that has to happen. I completely agree with you. So I've met with the police chief several times. My overhead crew has met with them. The construction work, the underground work specifically, has been very bad. I'm not here to sell you on something that's good or to give you some sort of corporate line. It's bad. We know it's bad. I requested a meeting with Administrator Vitale. We met last week on a Wednesday. I'm the facilitator. I brought everybody that I thought needed to be in that room, from underground construction, overhead supervisors, project staff, including the contractors themselves. I thought it was an excellent meeting. It was very clear what was to be accomplished. And speaking to Police Chief Dunn before I came in here today, it seems some stuff is still gone, not the way the town had wanted to. So I will do my best to get that rectified and bring the necessary people back to the table to figure out a plan of action going forward. One of the things we did talk about on Wednesday was before the 4th of July holiday, was to get the manholes that we have left at the boat ramp completed. So this, I think it's 6 left. There's 1 on the east side of the boat ramp before the bridge, and then there's 4 after the bridge. 5 total. And that was the plan. They should be getting that done before the 4th of July. Then I'm happy to reassess what the plan is going to be next for the rest of that stretch all the way to Gidleytown Road. We have 2 contractors. One's working on that. The other one is a little further down the street on Hicksbridge, going towards Dartmouth. And that's sort of the gist.
Thanks, Anthony. Since I serve as vice chair and Shauna has left,
Sorry.
could I ask some questions?
Please.
Thank you.
You're in charge now.
I'm
trying
unsupervised.
to see if we can shorten the meeting tonight, or if we're going to be here till midnight.
Well,
my
we'll see.
apologies.
Anthony, I appreciate you coming. We met last Wednesday as well. There are some things, and I know there's a couple of people in the audience that are going to have some concerns. I think there was a discussion all along that wrapping up construction should be by 3 p.m. every day so that the roads can be used. I received a call from Chief Dunn on Friday at 4, at 5, and then at 5:45 because they're still out there working on the roads. And then he received a call from a property owner or a business that we know would be impacted that has a summer concert series, and people having difficulty getting to that. So how are we going to address that 3 p.m.? Like, they shouldn't be starting a project at 1 p.m. if they don't think they're going to be able to get it done by 3. And I think that is what's happening, and they should not be out there at 5:45 on a Friday, technically is a holiday, and they're out there at 6 o'clock still doing work. So
Right.
how are we going to address kind of that situation? And I think that, the communication, as we discussed, is key, but that is probably very important, especially on Fridays. And I don't know if, we can do this, but I don't think they should be doing any work on Saturdays either at this point. I think Saturdays should be off limits as well. But can you address at least the Friday thing that we talked about last week?
I completely agree with you. It should have been done, as we discussed on that Wednesday. Lieutenant Mello from the police department had given us an entire schedule of all the events. So in my opinion, the contractor just didn't follow what they were supposed to do. And that, I'm not trying to pass the buck there, but that's my construction manager who has to rein them in and make sure that that doesn't happen again. So that being said, we're here because we have to do the work, but the town, you guys gave us the permits. And if you're saying no Saturday work, then we have to abide by that until we can prove that we can do the job, be trusted with what the orders and conditions that you guys give us, and then maybe we can revisit that later on. But if we can't do it up until this point, then yeah, I'm not here to twist your arm to do Saturday work. I don't think we should do it until we can get a better job or a better flow going.
Just another question. And people keep asking, you actually explained it, there are some proposed solar projects on Drift and on Horseneck down that area. But those aren't even close to being finalized. So what's the essential rush? I know you obviously have priorities and what you need to get done, but I mean, in a perfect world, and I voted against the project, but shouldn't it have been a spring project when, June 1, you can kind of button it up, come back and after Labor Day and do the rest of it in that time frame? Is there a reason why we're rushing it up for two projects that really are not anywhere close to fruition?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure on how these things, the big picture, and how that gets sort of shifted out, settled down. I do know that the Department of Public Utilities gave us a deadline of 2028 to have this whole project completed. That's the substation upgrades as well as all the distribution work between Dartmouth and Westport. The solar developers, yes, they're in the queue. Some of them are still going through their local permittals, but a lot of them have paid upfront millions of dollars ahead of time. And the Department of Public Utilities, I believe, basically said, well, you cannot fund all of this upfront. You have to show some sort of progress to building up the grid to support them. So this is sort of the plan we came up with to interconnect these facilities. And also, too, just as a side note, that's a great point that you bring up. So this is largely paid for by solar developers, and the cost to ratepayers is only about 12 cents a kilowatt hour. So ratepayers are not funding these upgrades on their dime. It's really the solar developers that are paying up front.
I'll help you in your job. It's a positive for some of the residents because you're obviously, as we discussed, being able to segment power outages, less power outages because at least you are upgrading that infrastructure, can maybe, segment 5 houses as opposed to 50 houses. So there is a slight positive to kind of the disruption in the traffic with respect to that. But, Chair, back to you.
So to that point also, the underground work, it's 2 circuits that are going underground. And yes, the construction has been terrible. The reliability that would give us going forward as opposed to being overhead. Otherwise, we'd have poles up and down Hicksbridge. That would be the alternative plan. To go underground makes it much more reliable.
And I know part of the project plan is to obviously bring everything back up to essentially what it was, the road prior to. And I know you have to wait for some settling, but I mean, the one that's on Drift Road, a little bit in on Drift Road is like, it's a mess.
They have to fix them all. Yeah. But that's not. We do a lot of construction. We see it. I've seen live almost 25 miles of construction underground between gas and electric. We just got to do a better job.
Madam Chair. People who called me really were very understanding and forgiving, but what they would not be happy about is not being communicated with. A number of residents said that they didn't get any notice as to when it starts, when it's going to end, what are going to be the hours, 3 o'clock, whatever. So have you addressed that, and can you assure us that people at least will be told ahead of time what's going to happen, even if it's bad news?
Sure.
Because they will show a lot of forgiveness if they understand what's going on, and that it will end at some point.
Right. No, That's a great point. We did have a pre-meeting with Westport Highway back in January about some of the stuff, and I think that's on us too, to do a better job of getting those. We have a whole website dedicated to this very specific project that highlights all the substation upgrades as well as the underground work. From last Wednesday's meeting, we committed to having those updates out by a Friday for the following week that the town could put on their social media. Highway could put on theirs, police department could put on theirs, so this way people know what's coming for the next week. And I think we can even go even further than that and just do like a 2-week look ahead, if that allows for it. This way people are prepared 2 weeks in advance. And ahead of time too, we also are supposed to, I know we did send out a lot of mailers to abutters. I have to go back and double check with that team that's called Project Engagement on who they sent out these letters to. It might not have been everybody off of every side street, off of Drift, Horseneck, Hicksbridge. So I just got to double check that. But there should have been a letter that went out with that. And from this offset, we should have had better communication on start times and what this was going to entail right from the get-go.
Okay, I think that it does it in that, respects that point. Thank you.
So this is my first vote I ever had was for this project, and you all.
You should have came with me.
You all told me it was. No, you all said it was smooth. All of our concerns have been worked out, and then I realized that there's no incentive structure for a public utility to make sure that the project goes pain-free to the residents. And I got burned on this one. I learned a lesson. And moving forward, I'm probably never going to trust a public utility at face value if they come forward and ask for a request for a project and help on a project. That's it. It's my comment on the matter.
All right, anything else? Thank you for waiting, your patience.
It's like he was stuck in traffic.
Okay, wait, it looks like David wants to say something here.
I have a suggestion, because I think there are two issues here. One may be when these projects are done and executed in the time of the year. But the more important one, and I wrote several of you about this, I think there's a simple solution in empowering people to make decisions, to Dick's point. I experienced one, my wife experienced another, and I know Shirley experienced another. If you gave people notice, I think the town either should buy an electronic thing that is at the front of the street that says, road will be closed, maybe it won't be closed, such and such an hour, informing people so they then have the freedom to decide to go down the road and wait. I had to do that, but there was no sign. By the time I got down there, the road was blocked. I had an appointment, but I was late, because I didn't know. I would have had a choice to go around down 88 and come in another way. Empower the citizens. If you're going to do these things, if it's not your project, but you're giving people permission, then I would write it in the contract that you have to give me in writing how you're going to notify pedestrians and drivers of what you're going to do to inform them of the delay. How hard is that to do? It's not. And I think that's imperative going forward, and it sends a message to the community. The town cares, because the message we all got was you don't care. We're driving around thinking the road's fine, and we're stopped. And we don't know for how long. That's uncertainty, that's anxiety, that we then shift to you, which you don't warrant. I'm a government person. I believe in government competently working, and here's a way to solve that problem. That is in the contract that you give to public utilities and people. You put a phrase in there, a clause in there, that says, tell me how you're going to inform people when they're delayed, how you're going to do it. Going to have some kind of sign? I mean, putting it on Facebook, with all due respect, there's a lot of people not necessarily going to read Facebook to know that when I'm going down to the apothecary to get something, that when I go on Main Road, that the road was blocked on both sides for 10 minutes. Police were there, no notice. The only notice is when you showed up at the spot and you had to sit there. I don't think that's taking the consumer or the citizens into perspective. And you have I think an easy solution. Write it into the contract.
Eversource repeatedly assured us that they would keep one lane open at all times.
Let's be clear, that's not true.
We would not have to be detoured around, right? So maybe we didn't have strong enough language in the contract, but our approval was contingent upon their agreeing to those things.
Well, I came
Maybe
on
there's a way
Charlotte
to
White.
button that up a little bit tighter in the future, but
I mean, I came on Charlotte White, I went on May Road,
I believe you.
and there was no sign.
And we told them, there's no good detour around there. You got businesses that are running on there. Yeah.
So anyway, that's just I think there's a solution. I mean, there's a problem, and I
Better
think,
signage is absolutely.
I think there's a solution.
Absolutely.
Dave Simcoe. So, and I'm here speaking as a citizen, and also, I got the chief's blessing, I can say it, as a police officer. So,
You've
I've
been
worked.
standing out on the road listening to people complaining.
I've worked these details, and I can say that the two projects that are pole replacement is going well. And those projects are fine. We hold people up very limited time, 90 seconds, a minute, whatever else, those are easy. This project that now has two contractors working on it, Phoenix and Riley Brothers, they've brought up message boards. They've had a message board that has been saying that Phoenix construction is going to start March 31st, and it's been staying there every day since the project was up.
Yeah.
We don't care, and we don't need to know that it's going to stop March 31st. The other issues with that is they're not being changed. There's signs, and I've got some things I'll share with you later, but there's signs up they leave for the entire weekend. One lane road ahead. Well, people are coming down Drift Road, they're not working today. This is Sunday. There was no, the signs stay up, so people get frustrated that it's just not a thing. These signs are electronic. They can be changed by a phone, they can be changed remotely by computer, and they can go by hand. As long as the guy can spell correctly, you can pretty much go. The other issue that there's other things that have that transpired. Today, I was working on another detail, had nothing to do with this particular Eversource job. When I came down Hicksbridge Road, I went by where they were going to put in the manhole. That was at 12:30. I got to the police station, I had to do some work. At 1:20, the detail officer calls and says, all right, they're going to shut the road down from 1:30 to 2:30. That is the worst time because the schools get up.
Yep.
It's at 1:30, people are going to pick up their children at the middle high school, and when the bus comes out of there, they drop the green flag, and 2 o'clock they're coming out, and now they're going to come Hicksbridge Road. Now we have to contact Michelle Raposa, the fire department, there's a lot of moving parts for something that when they say an hour, add another half hour to the thing because they've sourced equipment. So one of the things they do is they dig the hole waiting for the box. The box is on, I've had them say, well, the hole's ready, we're going. Yep, well, the box is on 24. It's on its way down. Well,
Right.
What are we doing now? I mean, social media does help. It does get things out there. The problem is you get too much noise with social media.
Sure.
One of the things with social media is everybody's commenting. Somebody's like, oh, my grandmother can work for, an excavator better than these guys.
She probably could.
Shorter time to build the pyramids. I mean, we just need information out there to say the road's going to close, this is the time it's going to close, expect it, and then it's going to be opening. Some of the other issues is that there's erosion wattles that are on Hicks Bridge that, no fault of Eversource, but somebody tossed 5 of them over. They are north of the bridge on the marsh. I talked to Bill Chase today. I will go get them with him. But we need manpower, because I'm going to bring them to Hicks Bridge. We need manpower to take them. They now weigh about 500 pounds apiece.
Sure.
They're waterlogged, but that's going to impact the river. So those are that. The other issue is with safety issues is now you have something in White Oak Run. White Oak Run enters where it starts with, this is the view. Can you see a stop sign? We have, and I'll give you a couple of them.
Yep.
Thank you. Second page. Thank you, sir. So the second one is, so you're looking at a porta-john, a cube van, and so somebody's going to go through the intersection through a stop sign that does not exist anymore because it's being blocked. So those safety things have to be addressed right away. There's a next page that says detour sign. That was on Sunday morning at 5:30 a.m. I come down Hicksbridge Road, and they left the sign. Just
Yep.
I'm sorry, White Oak Run, and they left a sign on Hicksbridge Road that said that it's just, so it's just contractors, they get a gear, have a fun. You know, there's a learning curve, but these guys are going around a merry-go-round.
It's sloppy.
This is sloppy, very sloppy. As far as the asphalt thing, again, I mean, I'm not a construction expert, but when I see them pave a small section and they're using a compactor plate compactor, which is not, the first 10-wheeler that comes by is going to destroy that road.
Sure.
And then we put up with it all weekend.
Right.
And some of the businesses that are being impacted, they can't, they come out, they say, I thought it wasn't closing the road. Well, it is now, you know, I mean, this is, there was a woman here from Eversource that came out, I believe it's Jessica. Said, I watched this meeting, you know, any Saturday closures? Nope, I worked the next Saturday. The next Saturday I worked, and for the next 3 of them I worked. Saw cutting and stuff, you know, small stuff. It wasn't a big impact on traffic, but it was 3 Saturdays. So, you know, Eversource was not true to their word as far as what, and I understand you're admitting that, you know, you're saying that we could do better and so forth. But it's just that when I heard that no road closures, and when I look and see the piece of machinery that they bring, that they have to put this, you know, crane, and they have to put the thing. The other one that's in there, the crane and the talk about the safety, there's one other one that's got a crane and a roller. The cones are after. They put the cones after the project. You see that one?
Yep.
You're traveling down Hicksbridge Road, they put the cones after. Somebody's gonna whack into that thing at night. There's no street lights, there's no, the thing's a foot onto the road.
Right.
So these are things that every day they have to, the detail officer, when we leave or whatever else, we're at the project at town, that's a staging, they decide to park it off the road. And they do that after hours and stuff, and we have to call them and say, you can't leave us like this.
Right.
So those are the issues that we're having, not alone, none, obviously, there's a couple of people here that impact their business big time, huge with people, and I'm not talking about, obviously, you get the winery, you get farms, you say, but the one person that's selling eggs on Horseneck Road, or whatever else, that's all they had. Somebody came up to me, well, I can't go get my eggs today? You know?
I hear you. I know.
Really, that's all, they just turned around and they just went somewhere else.
Sure.
It impacts everybody's life, the little thing. Like you said, appointments, things like that, you can't. You just can't, you have no idea what kind of impact it's having on this community.
Thank you.
Can I go back to one item that you had mentioned about the wattles? I think you should not have to pick those up?
Well, I don't know if Eversource had a boat, so I checked with the harbor master, and I'm assigned to the marine unit for the Westport Police Department. So I don't mind going on the water. I live north of that bridge, so. No, I don't mind. I'm gonna get them to Hicks Bridge. But if you're gonna get somebody who.
No, it's 1,000% the responsibility of the contractor to make sure that those are where they're supposed to be, not in the middle of the Westport River.
Yeah, I mean, somebody put them there.
Sure.
It wasn't that they blew in the river.
Yeah, right. Okay. No, I understand that, but still. No, I heard loud and clear. That's why I wanted to have the meeting last Wednesday to try to address some of these issues, and it just fell flat. And I hear you on the businesses. I've drank enough golden flounder in my lifetime to, I love the place. That my last intention is not to hurt local businesses.
Go ahead.
So after our Wednesday meeting, and we discussed the signage, and again, this is not, you're not out there, you're not moving signs, but it took them 5 days to move the sign that we asked for to the corner of 88, and I think Chief Dunn this morning basically said, move it to 88 or we're not going to send the details there.
Right.
Again, that's just the third-party administrators that just really aren't doing it or doing their job. So, I mean, it is on 88 now. It's saying that the road will be closed Wednesday and Friday. Hopefully that helps. Any tractor trailers taking that left. So that is actually a good piece of signage. I think if we had a couple more electronic signs, we asked for that last week. I think that will also help. And we're not making a motion. We're just kind of having you here. But I think, the 2-week look ahead is good. I think there probably should be no more Saturday work.
Yep.
It should be a 3 p.m. hard stop like we were told it would be. And the signage. I think the message needs to get to those guys, because I've talked to some police officers where they say they're like starting something at 1:30.
Right.
If your stop was at 3 p.m., let's not start that at 1:30. And I understand construction will have some overruns in some situations where it's going to impact people or something unforeseen, but it seems to be happening a lot more often. So I think those are probably the 3 or 4 things that would really make a big difference. And we have that 2-week look ahead. Chris can share it, I can share it, whoever online. Just again, so people know where to go. Because to Officer Simcoe's point is, I've had landscapers call me, and
Right.
we talked about it, right?
Right.
They're coming, bringing material down, they realize that's closed coming from Dartmouth, and then they got to make a 25-mile, loop around East Beach to come back. And at $6 a gallon for diesel, it's probably not the greatest,
Sure.
greatest use of their resources. So I think if we have it, we can lay it out, and we can tell people for the next 2 weeks, this is where you should and should not go. If you want to go that way and sit in traffic, that's your own fault after the fact. But I think that's what we should probably be pushing for. But I appreciate you showing up tonight.
All right, thank you. Chris, anything from you on?
No, I just, I want to just thank Anthony for coming in and accommodating. Obviously, we talked about, this meeting and having this be an agenda item, and so I'll just say that Anthony's been, doing his best to try and get this project in line with what I think our expectation was, and I think what the community is hoping for. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank him.
Can I just say one more thing? So I've had 2 meetings with the police. We had one last week on a Wednesday. Now I'm here at the select board tonight. If we're not following what the town wants, then you shut them down. That if they're not going to listen, I can only say so much. If they're not going to listen to me, if they're not going to listen to you, if the contractor's not going to play ball, then the cops can say, pack up, go home.
You could always pull the details,
Right.
obviously, or not schedule Saturday details anymore.
Go ahead.
So Rob Russell, Russell Family Farms, I don't know what I can add to all this, especially over this, in addition to the safety concerns of Officer Simcoe. But I guess my concern is that instead of people completely ignoring the signs that are getting moved around, that they start to pay attention to the signs, but the signs are misinformation.
Right.
I just heard you said roads are closed Wednesday and Friday. Did I mishear that?
I think Hicks Bridge, I think you're working on this side of it. It's on the electronic sign on 88 as of today.
Yeah, we were.
So
Yeah.
my customers are going to see that sign and just turn around and leave.
Right.
So if that's misinformation, if the road isn't closed, and the sign says it is closed, and it's only closed for 45 minutes, but it just says it's basically closed for the day, why am I opening up?
Right.
Why is Shirley opening up? So who's in charge of the signs? Because I can go and plug it.
So that's a good point. We should think about how we message those signs and maybe some sort of other additional addendums to that signage. We're trying to fit 4 manholes in by the boat ramp so people can access the boat ramp and try to alleviate some of that problem
This is just a
immediately.
bad time of year to be doing this. Talk about-
Sure, yeah.
Obviously.
100%. The manholes take a little bit long. It's not necessarily a full road closure, but it does take them 2 lanes to fit the manhole into the street. So it shouldn't be all day, but it can be for an hour or 2. While they fit that in, then they should clear out of the way.
Who changes the sign? Somebody's gonna physically go there as soon as it's done.
It's got to be on the contractor. We got to find a better way to get that message out, absolutely.
Are those signs, do
He's
you have
gonna
to,
lose business for 8 hours.
Sure,
when it's
sure.
only 2.
right, it makes it worse, actually. Put it back March 1st.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention.
I hear you. No, I'm with you. I totally agree.
So on the day of, like, if there's a day that we've noticed or something is wrong, is it clear, do the police know the details know who they're supposed to be calling?
Yeah, I talked to Police Chief Dunn about that today. He has my cell phone number, and I didn't know about the Friday incident until he just told me today. So I told him, no matter what problem that there is, no matter what time of day it is, he's got to tell me right away. So at least if the contractor's not going to listen, then I can get it addressed by just going up the chain.
Is it the contractor that?
It should be. It's on the contractor's responsibility to get that.
So I can
But
walk up to the boss man on the job and say, hey, can you, you need to be changing the sign. And maybe you'll listen to me and maybe you won't, but that's the guy who should be going over there and changing it.
Correct. But I'm taking that back to the construction manager who oversees them and having them, he's got to sit down with them and really figure out, they got to do a better job communicating that. And it should be communicating to the details that day, the type of work that the contractors have to do. So if they have to set a manhole, it should be communicated to the police that, hey, this manhole is going to be set. It's going to take us from, 7 to 12:30, and we're going to have to shut the road down from 2:30 to 3:30 to fit this manhole in. If that's not getting done, we have to address it.
All right. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do still have several agenda items that we have to get to tonight, so but I wanted to just, given the hour, I just want to check with you. So some of them have to be done tonight, some of them need to be done before the 1st of July. And so, do we want to keep going? I mean, the ones that I know we need to do tonight, we have to do tonight, but I just want to throw it out here that we can delay some of these agenda items to a future, like an unscheduled meeting later in the week, or we can just power through. So,
What is an unscheduled meeting?
well, it has to be minimum of 3 business days from today, so it would have to be Friday or Monday or Tuesday.
I'll just go through
Well, I think we can go through
Yeah,
most of the rest of these pretty fast. All right, so 6B is a request from the highway surveyor, Chris Gonzalez, to appoint Jay Carrera from a seasonal employee to a full-time position of a skilled light truck driver. I think this was supposed to be effective the 23rd, right?
That's correct. I recommend the appointment.
Jay's a good guy. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a request from the superintendent of schools, Fran Roy, to appoint the following to the respective committees. So these are the school department representatives on the various committees. Christopher Thrasher and Jason Pacheco to the Capital Improvement Planning Committee.
Hold. If I do
Evan,
this.
yep, that's fine. Evan Gendro and Caitlin Stampers on the School Building Committee. Evan Gendro to the Long-Term Building Planning Committee. Fred Melnick and Caitlin Stampers to the ADA Transition Team. Evan Gendro to the Audit Committee.
Hold.
And Jason Pacheco and Fred Melnick to the Educational Fund Committee.
If I may, just on that list there, there are a couple of these committees that the board has for consideration dissolving, just
Yeah,
as
so
part of the prior
my
discussions.
recommendation is for 7O, which is the discussion of the possible vote and dissolution, that we table that. That is not so sensitive that we can't wait till July 6th.
Okay.
So I think we would appoint them, but probably on July 6th.
Then dissolve it?
Sure.
Good point, though. That's when I think we can delay to July 6th. All right, so we have a hold on the capital improvement and the education, or, and the audit committee. Did you want to talk about those? Or-
Yeah, we can vote the others.
Okay, so all in favor of the other ones? All in favor of, oh, sorry, yes, we do.
I make a motion to appoint all the following people minus the ones that Dick Brewer was going to hold on.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4
Okay.
in favor, 1
Okay,
absent.
quickly on the holes. The first item, Thrasher and Pacheco, the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, the bylaws, the town bylaws relating to that only allow 1 school representative. So you can't have 2 people. It's got to be one or the other, and Mr. Thrasher is the incumbent. So this request is not in concert with the town bylaws.
Okay,
I think Evan has something.
yeah.
I-
go ahead.
Madam Chair, I have the annual appointment list in front of me that was approved at our school committee meeting. Only Christopher Thrasher's name was in the Capital Improvement Planning Committee.
Okay.
That resolves that. The next one is Mr. Gendro, who's just spoke to us. Audit Committee. Mr. Gendro and moi, last year, were voted to 2-year terms. If you recall, we had to get the sequencing of expirations to where they should have been. So we were both approved on whatever meeting it was, effective 7/1/25, to a 2-year term, and those terms, both of us, me and my friend Mr. Gendro, will expire on 6/30/27.
Okay.
So he's already on the
He doesn't
committee.
need to be appointed.
No
So-
further action needed.
Yeah, so we'll update our records, our database.
All right, so then I'll entertain a motion to appoint Christopher Thrasher to the Capital Improvement Planning.
Second.
All in favor? I know, I didn't
that
move
was
it.
a
I
motion.
said I
Okay.
entertain a motion.
Make a motion to appoint Christopher
Just
Thrasher.
say
to
so
Capital.
moved.
Second.
Good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a request from the Recreation Director, Dana Stewart, to appoint the following as camp counselors: Brooke Crocker, Angelo Gonzalez, and Adrian Gonzalez.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a very lengthy list of appointments to Does somebody want to volunteer to read them? Okay, so we put a hold on any that you want to put a hold on.
Ready?
So we'll entertain a motion to approve all of these. Go ahead.
Fiscal year 2027 appointments, Affirmative Action Officer Chris Vitale, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Craig Dutra, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Gay Gillespie, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Patrick Long, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, James Sabra, Agricultural Commission, Barry Cohen, American with Disabilities Act Coordinator Chris Vitale, Assistant Harbor Master Kevin Carter, Assistant Harbor Master Andrew Manchester, Assistant Harbor Master Joshua Moser, Assistant Harbor Master James Perry, Beach Committee Sean Leach, Beach/Walking Path Committee Michelle Carthy, Beach/Walking Path Committee.
Bike
Edward
is bike.
Bike?
You don't have to read the committee. You can say the committee and then all the people.
Okay. Following for Bike Walking Path Committee, we got Keith McDonald, Megan O'Brien, Gail Rodericks, Shauna Tees. The Bristol County Advisory Board, we have Shauna Tees. Cable Advisory Board, we have the following: Joshua Brum, Carrie Kuna, Robert Dela, Renee Kochman. The Capital Improvement Planning Committee, we have Susan E. Brayton, Richard W. Brewer. Richard W. Brewer twice.
Twice. I got 2 votes?
Wow, there you go. Love you on that one.
Chris Vitale. For the Chief Procurement Officer, we have Chris Vitale. For the Climate Resiliency Committee, we have John Bulliard. Jeff Canton, Robert Daler, Constance Gee, Jake McGuigan, Wendy Nicholas, Michael Sullivan, Shauna Tees, Philip Weinberg, James Whitland, Michael Yogman. For the Community Preservation Committee, we have Deborah Crosley, David Ennis, Betty Slade. For the Conservation Commission and Soil Conservation Board, we have Kevin Carter, Paul Jonkis. For the Council on Aging, we have Antonio Sestodio, Aline Moncrief. For the Cultural Council, we have Nancy Whitland. For the Custodian of Tax Title Properties, we have Shauna Tees. For the Economic Development Task Force, we have Susan E. Brayton. For the Educational Fund Committee, we have Jacob McGuigan. For the Hazard Mitigation Plan Committee, we have Daniel Baldwin, Michael Burris, Christopher Dunn, Philip Weinberg, James Whitland. Whiteland, sorry. Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act Coordinator, we have Chris Vitale. Historical Commission, we have Deborah Chioffi. For the Infrastructure Oversight Committee, we have Christopher Dunn. MBTA's Growth Management Task Force, Craig Dutra. Municipal Coordinator for Right to Know Law, Richard W. Brewer. Municipal Liaison to the State Ethics Commission, Chris Vitale. Open Space and Recreation, we have Richard W. Brewer, John Bullard, Chris Capone, Lisa Feidelberg Costa, Sean Leach, Ross Morin, Raymond Raposa, Dana Stewart. For the Parking Clerk, we have Paula Brown. Plumbing and Gas Inspector, we have Jason Camara, Joseph Ferreira, Samuel Ferreira. For the Principal Records Access Officer, we have Richard W. Brewer. For the Public Wayer, we have Jen Bizaleone, Maggie Diaguiar, and Noah DeForge. Abraham Melendez, Izzy Pineda, John Sinero, Andrew Dunn, and then for Recreation Commission, we have Andrea Dunbar. Safety Regulation Board, Richard W. Brewer.
You don't want to be on any.
Secondary Records Access Officer, Daniel Baldwin. Christopher Dunn, Chris Vitale. Sick Leave Bank Committee, Nicole Pearsall. SMHG Representative Alternate, Shauna Tees. Southeastern Mass Health Group Representative, Chris Vitale. Southeastern Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board Rep, Susan E. Brayton. Waterways Oil Spill Coordinator, Jacob McGuigan. Water Wellness Coordinator / Southeastern Massachusetts Health Group, Daniel Baldwin. Westport River Watershed Council, Christine Stinton. Wiring Inspector, Paul M. Burke, David Gonzalez, William Plamunden, and Dane Winship.
All right, so we have hold on the 3 of them for Dick. I'm assuming you're standing because you have some sort of amendment to this.
Then Chair, I want to add something too, sorry.
Well, let me just see
Yeah.
what he's got first.
So I realized why the previous list from the school department had 2 names under capital improvement. The second name, Jason Pacheco, was meant to be cable advisory. It's the same as, he currently serves on the committee in the school liaison position. The list was, was meant to have read Christopher Thrasher for CIPC and Jason Pacheco for Cable Advisory.
Okay. Can we vote on that if it wasn't posted?
We would have to repost that.
Yeah, I think we have to post that one, so you can't do that. Sue, did you have comment on one of yours?
Yes. There were two that I was appointed to, and two that I habitually have been that I'm not appointed to. Schmig, representative alternate. They have you, Shauna, as in there, and Southeastern Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board, they have me.
Yeah, it's incorrect.
I was going to say, I'm usually the Schmig alternate, and I'm usually not on Southeastern Mass Regional.
No.
The other is custodian for tax title properties.
Wait, hang on. Okay, so the SMHG representative, I don't want to.
I don't, yeah, I'm willing.
But we can't appoint you to that because you're not on the posting. But then the Southeastern Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board, you're saying that's not you?
That's normally not me.
Okay, go ahead, Dick.
Well, I apologize for this one, but this one has your name on it, Shauna, but the Bristol County Advisory Board. Okay, it's really the Bristol
That's
County
you.
Commissioners Advisory. Yes, I'm on that. If you wish that, I
No,
will
you're
yield.
fine.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
that should say me. Okay. The other one, there's two others in another company. So these other things, I'm willing to serve, but I don't know, I have no idea what they are. Like municipal coordinator of the right to know law.
So
What are we supposed to know?
Yeah, so.
I don't know what I don't know.
I don't know what you know.
That's a sad case. Well, anyway.
It appears there are a couple, I'm reviewing this right now, and just looking at this, there appears to be a couple that either they fell out of order.
Okay.
Look where?
Yeah, so.
Where they,
Yeah.
it's like the.
Yeah, actually, so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris,
So at this point, my recommendation would be,
we should probably hold on this because I think you're right.
I would like to hold, unfortunately.
After Rick read all of that stuff.
Yeah, I can request all the names to hold it. Remoted.
Well, no, because you're right, because it is off, because Waterways Oil Spill Coordinator, I don't have a boom or a boat, and I think it should be Dan Baldwin, so I think it's off by
Okay, so
one.
we-
So it looks like when the query went in for this reappointment, it looks like at some point in time, it went off by one of the rows. So on that
So
attachment.
we're going to table that one.
I
So
would
if
table it.
any committee is in dire emergency before July 6th, please contact us. But
Affirmative action.
I feel like
didn't know
take a little vacation if you're on a committee after July 1 that won't have had people appointed to
I
it.
didn't know what to do if it was an oil spill. They called me.
Way to match.
Okay, Keith Novo, we have a request from the IT Director, Keith Novo, to authorize the signing of the Community Compact Municipal Fiberglass contract. So I know oh no, I skipped one, hang on, stay there, but we have a request from the Westport River Watershed Alliance to hang a banner promoting their summer concert.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Okay, now we have a request from the IT Director to authorize the signing of the community compact. So we had this on a previous agenda, and we realized we didn't really know what it was about. And I know that you have provided a very detailed presentation that was in our packet, but in the interest of time, can you just explain to us what it is that the grant would cover and why we would be installing it? What's the benefit to the town?
So I submitted several grant requests. One of them was the fiber here that we actually received. The request was for $250,000. They granted us $237,500. There is a 5% matching, so that was $12,500. So the funding would have broken out into $155,000 for running fiber optic cable, $25,000 for police details as they were running the cable, and then $57,500 of the grant money would be for town-required equipment, so network switches and things. So that's hardware that had I not gotten the money, I'd have to go for capital request or something like that. So I did say there's 57,500, and then with the matching, the 12,500, that would come out to like 70,000 of funds that I'd be able to put towards our town network infrastructure there. So the grant would cover what would be what we call the East Loop in town. And there's a map in the memo there that shows what that is. And if you look at the map, that does, across the top, that's basically the County Road, so that gives you kind of like your bearings on where you are there in that. This would be if we ran this fiber, this would be the 5th out of 7 that were initially proposed. So 5/7 for the town would have these fiber loops covered in there. So why are the fiber loops important? So when we implemented the fiber backbone, I mean, that provided critical new capability to the town, right? Project added new buildings, additional public safety radio sites, all of that was implemented in there. We consolidated a lot of the prior telephone infrastructure, video infrastructure, radio infrastructure, and all the data infrastructure. So while all of that was good, and we did provide redundancy in there, there wasn't, the long-term plan, the long-term vision was to have some resiliency, and the resiliency was in these additional loops. So some people use redundancy and resiliency, in the same, but they're kind of different, right? So I can do redundancy and have two network strands going from point A to point B. That provides redundancy. But if they're running the same cable bundle, right, and that cable bundle breaks, you don't have resiliency. So the resiliency comes in where you have a path going in one direction and another path going in the other direction. These fiber loops provide that resiliency, for the town infrastructure. So if a cable broke, you would be able to continue to operate because the signal would find a different way to get there, right? So that's why the loops were always important and part of the long-term planning. I've always looked to put new capability in as soon as possible because, that provides a benefit right away. But having the long-term strategy and vision to make it better as we go along, as funds become available and so forth. So, so that's why the loops are, the grant funds are obviously important, right? Using other people's money, is helpful when we have to, put in this new technology. We have, millions of dollars now of infrastructure. That would be challenging to go to a capital request and say, I need that money, right? So grants will offset, a lot of that request. So in addition to these fiber loops, right, in addition to providing the resiliency, they also do provide, in the long-term vision, some sort of middle mile connectivity, and keeping that in mind, if we ever looked at that, providing, internet to homes and businesses, you would have that infrastructure potentially in place to be able to support that, and then to be able to potentially offset, costs of that infrastructure that the town is currently using and paying for. So, I'd like to remind you also that, there were public surveys, there was a lot of interest back, in the day about, running fiber to residents and so forth. There was 2 town meetings where we talked about, starting up municipal light and power. Those are all approved overwhelmingly at town meetings. So, that's how we ended up, looking at putting this infrastructure in place. One was to, support the town infrastructure, and then potentially to provide additional capability in the future should that desire or, show up. So, and also, I also mentioned in the memo there that, we required over $1 million in, state and federal grants attributing to fiber installs. We've also received $300,000 to $400,000 of IT grants, putting infrastructure in place. So that's gone from anywhere from, running fiber to town buildings to public radio sites, running these fiber loops, installing camera systems, public radio infrastructures for the police and fire to use, network switches, servers, computers, multi-factor authentication, cyber assessments. All of those non-fiber things were basically, by having these grants, were cost avoidance to the town, right? The town didn't have to pay for that, and that came from a lot of these grants. So being creative in the grant writing, we were able to get the additional funds, not just for fiber, but for all these other things that we would have had to paid for, out of town budget. So, so I'm always looking for opportunities to bring that funding in. And when we first put the fiber backbone in, there was a significant savings as far as maintenance was concerned from the old system to the new one. It was approximately $60,000 a year in cost savings associated with that. So there's definitely a benefit for us putting our infrastructure in place and running that infrastructure. And just as an example of when we put the public radios in, right, all the repeaters and all that stuff, right after that, we received notice that the old infrastructure was not going to be supported anymore. So the company that maintained the data lines between them, we're just going to shut that down. So had we not done this, we would have been, there would have been a lot of concerns because we wouldn't have all those repeater radios and everything that were critical to providing, our services to the community. So we've gained a lot of value over time, by having this infrastructure in place.
So Keith, I had a question. So it's kind of hard for me to tell on this map, but so we have the current town infrastructure has fiber down Main Road, right?
Yeah.
And then this one, part of this loop is down Drift, so you get that alternate location. Does this ultimately hook up to like the fire station, or like where does this loop end? Does it connect into the existing infrastructure at the south side there?
It will connect into the existing infrastructure that's in place. So this map just shows what this project is doing. If you looked at the PowerPoint slide, there's a fuller map in there that shows what the proposed complete end-to-end is. So this doesn't show a loop, but that's because the other sections of the fiber.
Right, but my question, so like, because where I'm going is, like, massive tree falls down and takes down all the lines on Main Road, right?
Yep.
Does this help keep our public safety up and running then? Because the fibers, we have.
If we had that other path, then.
It has another path to get down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was something that I was missing before. I appreciate all the work you've done with the loops. But I think the reason that I was hesitant before was, before I had more information about this, was because I was worried about installing loops that aren't going anywhere and aren't doing anything and aren't likely to do anything. So I know we got one grant for the loop up kind of north.
Yeah.
That was an economically underprivileged area, so we were able to get some special grants there. But it hasn't actually made it to homes yet, right? Because we have not gotten like you talked about, these are the main loops, these are not the middle mile or the into
The last
home.
mile, right?
But this particular loop would serve as redundancy for the public safety, if I'm reading this correctly.
Correct. By having the other loops in place, it would provide for redundancy, yes.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Anybody have, so I was supportive, so the Internet Advisory Committee has not been meeting, and that's why I was surprised about this. I hadn't heard about it in advance. But now that I've had an opportunity to learn more, I completely support this. It would be, most of this is funded from a grant. The matching could come from the ARPA funds that we've already assigned to this work. Right. So, Chris, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, I do recommend that the board authorize the signing of the grant contract.
Thank you. Anybody have anything?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to authorize the signing of the Community Compact Municipal Fiber Grant Contract.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item we had is to execute the employment agreement with Keith Novo. So
Nope.
you might be interested in the results of this. So we did have an executive session prior to this meeting at 5:30 today. That's why it seems like really long.
5:00.
Yeah.
5:00.
Like a year.
So at 5:30, it's 5:30 today, we had a meeting where we discussed as a board a couple of employment agreements, a couple of lease agreements that are about to come off. So it's going to sound like we did not talk about this very much in these meetings, but that was because conversation happened in executive session mostly. So we have the vote to approve and execute the successor employment agreement with Keith Novo, the IT director. And just for Keith's benefit, this is what you've already reviewed with him, right? We didn't make any changes.
That's correct. So this contract was provided to Keith this past week, who had an opportunity to review it. The language has not changed to what the board discussed earlier this evening.
All right, thank you.
Make a motion to vote to approve and execute the successor employment agreement with Keith Novo, IT director.
Second?
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to have you for another year.
Thank you.
We have a vote to approve and execute a successor employment agreement with Theodora Gabriel, the principal assessor. This also was discussed in the meeting. It is aligned with what we made one change.
Yes, so we did make one change with regards to the carryover. So if the board was in support of that change, it would just be to approve the execution as amended.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent.
And just for that, that was as amended?
As
Yes.
amended.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
thank you.
Request to approve the FY 2027 are we in FY 2027 or is it 2028?
Starting next week.
27.
27, okay. They confuse me, the years. Request to approve the FY 2027 non-union pay schedule, including a 3% cost of living adjustment effective July 1, 2026. So this is an adjustment of the non-union pay scale. It kind of aligns with the union.
That is correct.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. The leases are also ones we discussed in executive session. So we have a request to approve the lease extension agreement with Patricia Souza, present tenant at the Town Farm North Apartment.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
There-
And just as a contingent upon receiving the required proof of insurance and disclosure
That's
forms.
Okay.
My motion is amended to include that.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent.
Opposed.
Oh, sorry, 3 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. We have a request to approve the lease agreement with Jennifer Belmer, doing business as Cottamonk Nursery School for the town hall and basement.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Same condition as the last agenda item.
So subject to the insurance.
Insurance and the disclosure form being submitted.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a request from the highway surveyor, Chris Gonzalez, to execute a construction contract for PJ Keating Company in the amount of $470,830 for the Sanford Road pedestrian and roadway safety improvement project. Chris, you want to tell us about this?
Sure. So I know that this has been on the agenda, but this is the actual request to execute the construction contract with Keating in the amount of $470,930. The work includes granite curbs, sidewalk, driveways, pedestrian ramps, crosswalk striping, signage, and police detail. It's funded through the Complete Streets Grant. It's scheduled for late July through early September, and I recommend authorization.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's 4 in favor and 1 absent. So we have a number of year-end transfers. We already addressed the police personnel, the marine personnel, and shellfish personnel. So we can do this as, if you have a hold. So I'll entertain a motion to approve select board personnel, $48,000 to legal.
Hold.
Town hall expenses, $18,160.45 to legal. Town hall expenses, $5,000 to town hall personnel. Fire expenses, $50,000 to fire personnel. Veterans benefits, $20,000 to veterans graves expenses.
Hold.
And then library personnel, 10,000 to library expenses. All right, so we have a motion to approve the town hall expenses, the fire expenses, and the library personnel. All,
No, the veterans benefits.
will you put a hold on it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, never mind, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right, select board personnel, 48,000 to legal.
I just had a question on that. Is that leftover for money that we didn't spend hiring for someone? What is that 48,000 from?
So we did have extra funding within the budget. I believe the account was under the administrative assistant line that was previously allocated. So we did have excess.
Okay.
All right,
And that's nothing for next year. That's just to close out this year for the.
That's just for this fiscal
Okay.
year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor, 1 absent. Okay, the veterans benefits, do you have a question?
Hey, Carol doesn't have a lot of pots of money, so I'm kind of curious what the $20,000 is
So her request, let me pull that up right
and what it's
now.
going to.
I
So-
assured her she did not have to stay.
Yeah, so this request is to purchase the veteran grave markers for cemetery flags on the graves. I know that previously she had received private donation funds that she's been working out of for the last several years. Those funds have been expended. At this point, looking to make this transfer so she can continue making those purchases.
Yeah, those are all beat to heck, and there's not very many of them left, and they're expensive.
But I think the other part of that question is, how does she have $20,000 in veterans benefits?
So that's what I'm trying to figure out,
Yeah.
because she doesn't have very many pots of
Yeah.
money.
It's just,
That I do not have in front of me, but I can certainly follow up and give an answer to the board at your next meeting as to why the overage for this fiscal year.
yeah, but the idea is she has that money available.
I'll approve it and just ask her later.
Yeah,
I
okay.
trust her.
Is that a motion?
Yep, motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's 4 in favor and 1 absent. We have a request to approve the grant agreement with the Westport Youth Athletic Association with the Community Preservation Committee for tennis and pickleball courts. Do you want to tell us about that one, Chris?
Certainly. So this is a grant agreement with the WIA for $400,000. This is utilizing the CPC funds for the mixed-use courts that were recently authorized. This grant agreement as laid out is essentially to authorize the execution of the CPC grant funds and subject to the town meeting article language. And
Do you recommend approval?
I recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's 4 in favor and 1 absent. Request to accept the recommendation of the Infrastructure Oversight Committee, RFQ Subcommittee, for designer selection for the Briggs Road Fire Station Link Water Main Extension Project and authorize the town administrator to negotiate and execute a contract for AE professional services with the highest ranked.
I can
Get it, Chris?
Yes, so as the board recalls, the town developed a request for qualifications for the bid phase services and the construction administration of this segment of the infrastructure improvements. The town did put out that RFQ, and based on our response, we as being the IOC subcommittee evaluated the submission that we received. We graded it with Kleinfelder being our highest ranked firm, just based on the town's procurement requirements. Because we don't seek a price proposal as part of that, we just seek their qualifications. Now we have to go as a next step and enter into negotiations so we can agree on a final fee. So based on the town's procurement process, the recommended motion, again, this evening would be to authorize the select board, to authorize me to enter into negotiations with Kleinfelder for professional engineering services associated with the Briggs Road, Oakland Avenue, Loop, water main improvements, and authorize the town administrator to execute the resulting agreement subject to a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000. And I'll just note that that recommendation was made in consultation with our project consultant. So we feel that the scope of work won't exceed $100,000, but if it does, that would come back to the board for your sign-off.
So I make a motion to authorize town administrator to negotiate not to exceed $100,000 contract.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I sat on the subcommittee with Chris and Bob Taylor as well, and it was, we all had a call a couple weeks ago, and we all agreed, so.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it was 4 in favor and 1 absent. I was gonna delay this one, but you've been sitting here for so long. Review, discuss, and potential vote to call a special election for a Prop 2.5 debt exclusion ballot question related to excess equity payments. So this is related to the, we had an annual town meeting vote to talk about, or that voted to approve the debt exclusion, but that also then it requires special elections. You have to have both a town meeting and a special election.
Correct.
So you want to, so I'm sure you're probably aware, we had a letter from Chris Stinson.
Yes.
That was really suggesting, or encouraging us to wait and not do
Correct.
this at this time. So do you want to talk about this?
Our initial, at the time that we put this on the ballot, on the town meeting, we were under the understanding that, and yes, it is legal to run the two elections simultaneously, but we were not aware of all the complications that it would create. And we assumed it wouldn't have as much added expense as it will.
Because the idea was we would have a special election at the September primary, right?
Correct,
Yeah, okay.
correct. So at this time, she's asking that we postpone it, and I agree. It's going to create too much confusion for the taxpayers and so forth, that I think we should postpone it. I have confirmed with bond counsel that we can put it on the annual election in April, prior to town meeting, and then revote it. As long as it passes at town meeting in May, we will revote it. It doesn't matter the order, if it's at the ballot first or the town meeting first.
But the town meeting authorization has the town meeting authorization we did for May has an expiration date, right?
Correct,
So it'll
90
expire
days.
Before April.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'd have to have the election before September 15th. And at this point in time, it's really going to be
So it would be impractical.
Complicated.
It would be impractical for the registrars, and then there's no particular need we have to rush it. Like
No.
waiting until April and then May again.
No, I don't foresee that we would utilize or really need any of these funds within this fiscal year. So it's just putting the process in place for the future.
Okay. Anybody have any comments? All right, so I don't think we have to take action then, because we're not authorizing the election. We don't need a vote. Thank you for hanging out.
Thank you.
The signing of the bill warrant authorization, is that a quick one?
Quit it. He can start.
This had come up in a prior meeting just with regards to the warrants that get signed ahead of the board meetings. I know there's been discussion about having some alternates just in the case of not being able to get here to sign or being away on vacation. So I think that's something that has been asked to bring to the board for consideration.
Right now, are you the only authorized signer of the bill warrant?
No, it's myself, and the second is Craig. There was an instance where we both weren't available. So I said to myself, well, why wouldn't we have all the selectmen be backups? There's zero downside to that. And so that's why I proposed it. That way, if I'm not around and Craig's not around, and we can work with it.
Okay, so what would be the motion that we?
To authorize all select board members to act as the warrant authorization
Second.
Is there any discussion? Where are you down? Okay, all in favor?
I could vote for anything right now.
All in favor? Aye. Four in favor, one absent. We are going to defer the dissolution of the committees. I don't think we need to take that on ourselves tonight. The town administrator report.
The report is located in your packet. I just wanted to share, the town received 2 letters from Senator Rogers confirming the FY27 Senate budget. Earmarks for Westport, $75,000 was for a traffic study, or $75,000 was for a traffic study for the Westport Public Schools at the new high school, and $150,000, as mentioned this evening, was for the de-escalation training. And just want to thank Senator Rogers and our state delegation for your support.
Okay, thank you. The minutes of May 11 and June 1.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of May 11th, 2026, as well as the minutes of June 1st, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 in favor and 1 absent. The report on the bill warrant?
Yes, there was only one, and it was 2 weeks ago, and $2 million, all in order.
Excellent, thank you. I'm just gonna, if anybody has anything they like really want to share about a liaison appointment,
I don't
you can
even
share that. I want to give you the opportunity. But if you have anything you'd like on an agenda, just let me know. We'll put it, let Chris and Carla know, and they'll put it on the agenda. Okay, but anything like compelling you haven't had a chance to say tonight? Okay, do we have? You guys are really.
Yeah,
doing this.
I'm impressed.
All right, is there any comments and statements from the public? We have public here.
I'm very, very
all
proud of you
the
guys for
time.
being here by 37.
I think this time, so our next meeting is on Monday, July 6th, but we do have a parade to march in on July 4th, so look forward to seeing you all then. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
4 in favor and 1 absent.